Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. The funeral was small, the casket lowered into the ground as grieving family members watched. But 3 days later, police received a chilling call another body had been found. Same clothes, same scars, same man. Maple Grove Cemetery rested under an October sky the color of faded denim. The mourners, no more than 12, huddled against an insistent breeze that sent dried leaves skittering across polished headstones. They gathered around a modest plot where Harold Winters, aged 67, would be laid to rest. His daughter Emily clutched a white handkerchief that fluttered occasionally like a surrender flag in her trembling fingers. Her husband stood beside her, one hand on her shoulder, his eyes fixed on the gleaming mahogany casket as it descended into the earth. The cemetery groundskeeper, Martin Calloway, observed from a respectful distance. He had prepared countless graves over his 30 years at Maple Grove, but something about this particular service left him unsettled. Perhaps it was the unusual quietness of the gathering, no eulogies, no religious readings, just the soft sound of dirt hitting wood as the first ceremonial shovelfuls were cast onto the casket. Or perhaps it was the strange request from the funeral director that no one was to view the body before burial. 3 days later, Detective Amara Chen sat at her desk in the Riverside Police Department, steam rising from a mug of black coffee that had grown tepid. The morning light filtered through Venetian blinds, casting striped shadows across case files that needed her attention. She had just settled in when her phone rang, the harsh sound cutting through the ambient noise of the precinct. "Detective Chen," she answered, pressing the receiver to her ear. The voice on the other end belonged to Officer Ramirez, his words measured but urgent. "We've got a situation at the old Millbrook factory. Maintenance worker found a body inside one of the abandoned storage rooms." "I'll be there in 20, Chen replied, already reaching for her jacket. The Millbrook factory stood like a brick monument to faded industry on the outskirts of town. Its windows, those that weren't boarded up, reflected the gray afternoon light like dull mirrors. Yellow police tape cordoned off the east entrance where 2 patrol cars were parked at angles, their lights silently flashing. Officer Ramirez met Chen at the tape, lifting it for her to duck under. Bodies on the 3rd floor, medical examiners already up there. The stairwell smelled of rust and stagnant water. Each footstep echoed against concrete walls as they ascended. On the 3rd floor, a narrow hallway stretched before them, lined with doors to what once were offices. At the far end, a cluster of officers and crime scene technicians gathered around an open doorway. Dr. Eliza Morton, the county medical examiner, knelt beside the body when Chen entered. The room was sparse, empty shelves lining the walls, a layer of dust covering the floor except where footprints now disturbed it. "What have we got?" Chen asked, pulling on latex gloves with practiced efficiency. Morton looked up, her expression puzzled. Male, mid to late 60s, no obvious signs of trauma. Been dead approximately 3 to 4 days based on liver temp and rigor. Chen approached, taking in the scene methodically. The body was dressed in a dark suit, hands folded across the chest. The man's silver hair was combed neatly to one side, his expression peaceful, as if he'd simply laid down for a nap. "Any ID?" Chen asked. "That's where it gets interesting," Morton replied, standing to her full height. "According to his wallet, this is Harold Winters, His family just buried him 3 days ago. A chill that had nothing to do with the building's poor insulation crawled up Chen's spine. You're telling me this man was buried and now he's here? The funeral home confirmed they handled the burial of Harold Winters on Monday. Officer Ramirez interjected, reading from his notepad. This is Wednesday. So either we have a case of mistaken identity, Chen mused, studying the face of the deceased, or someone buried an empty casket, or someone else in Harold Winters' plot. Back at the station, Chen spread photographs across her desk, the body at the factory, Harold Winters' driver's license photo, and records obtained from the funeral home. The similarities were undeniable, the same distinguished features, the same small scar above the right eyebrow, even the same crooked pinky finger on the left hand, a remnant of an old baseball injury, according to his file. She called the funeral director, Thomas Blackwood, who arrived at the station an hour later. Blackwood was a tall, thin man with papery skin and hands that never seemed to be still. I don't understand, he said after Chen explained the situation. We received Mr. Winters' body from the hospital after he passed from heart failure. Everything was handled according to protocol. Who identified the body at your funeral home? Chen asked. His daughter, Emily Winters Patterson. She was quite distraught, understandably. Chen's next step was clear. She needed to speak with Emily. The Pattersons lived in a modest 2-story house in a quiet suburb. Manicured hedges lined a curved walkway leading to a front door, painted a cheerful yellow, an attempt at brightness that seemed at odds with the grief that presumably dwelled inside. Emily Patterson answered the door on the third knock. She was thin, almost fragile, with red-rimmed eyes that suggested sleep had been elusive. Mrs. Patterson, I'm Detective Chen with Riverside Police. I need to speak with you about your father. Emily's hand flew to her throat, a gesture of both surprise and defense. My father, but he passed away last week. May I come in? Chen asked gently. Inside, family photographs lined the walls of the living room. Harold Winters smiled from many of them fishing on a lake, holding a young Emily on his shoulders, standing proudly beside her on her wedding day. Chen sat across from Emily, explaining the discovery at the Millbrook factory with as much sensitivity as possible. With each word, Emily's face grew paler, her hands clutching at each other in her lap. That's impossible, she whispered when Chen finished. I identified him, I saw him. Mrs. Patterson, would you be willing to identify the body we found, to confirm whether it is or isn't your father? The county morgue was housed in the basement of Riverside General Hospital. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting everyone in a sickly pallor. Emily stood beside Chen as Dr. Morton pulled back the sheet covering the body. Emily's sharp intake of breath was followed by a strangled sob. That's him, that's my father. You're certain? Chen pressed. Yes, the scar above his eye, he got that falling from a tree when I was 10, and his finger. She pointed to the crooked pinky. Little league accident 30 years ago. Then who, Chen asked carefully, is buried in your father's grave? The process of exhumation required a court order, which took 2 days to obtain. On a misty Saturday morning, cemetery workers carefully removed the soil from Harold Winters' grave. Detective Chen stood watching alongside Dr. Morton, Emily Patterson, and a somber-faced Thomas Blackwood. The casket, when finally revealed, was lifted with deliberate care and placed on the ground beside the open grave. With legal representatives present, the lid was slowly opened. Inside lay a man identical to the one in the morgue, same features, same clothing, same peaceful expression. The only difference was a small metallic device attached behind the right ear, nearly hidden by the silver hair. Laboratory analysis later revealed the truth. The body in the casket was a sophisticated synthetic replication, a dummy of sorts, but one created with such detail that it had fooled even the funeral director. The device found behind the ear contained a microchip with encrypted data. When specialists finally cracked it, they discovered files detailing Harold Winter's life, but not just public records. There were private conversations, personal habits, even medical data that should have been confidential. Further investigation revealed that Harold Winters hadn't been a simple retiree as his family believed. Before his career as an accountant, he had worked for a government research division specializing in identity replication technology, a program so classified that even its name had been redacted from the few documents Chen's team managed to access. The truth began to emerge in fragments. Winters had been living under an assumed identity for decades. His real name was classified, his past a carefully constructed narrative, and someone had wanted him silenced permanently. But whoever had orchestrated his death had made one critical miscalculation. They hadn't counted on Harold's contingency plan, the double. For years, he had maintained a perfect replica of himself, programmed to assume his place should anything happen to him. It was this replica that had been originally found dead of apparent heart failure and subsequently buried. The real Harold Winters had tried to escape, making it as far as the abandoned factory before his pursuers caught up with him. As Detective Chen closed the case file months later, many questions remained unanswered. Who exactly had Harold Winters been? What secrets had he carried? And who had finally silenced him after all these years? The man who was buried twice took most of his secrets to the grave, but somewhere in classified archives untouched by public scrutiny, the full story waited, a ghost in the machine, a whisper in the dark. Emily Patterson moved away from Riverside the following spring. The house with the yellow door stood empty for months before new owners painted it blue. And in the corner of Maple Grove Cemetery, two identical headstones now stand side by side, one marked Harold Winters and another simply John Doe. Both graves are tended with equal care by the groundskeeper, Martin Calloway, who sometimes stands between them in the fading light of dusk, wondering which man, if either, was real. Story 2. The property stood at the end of Willow Lane, its Victorian façade neither particularly inviting nor overtly menacing. Just another house on a street of similar structures, distinguished only by the frequency of its for sale signs. 6 times in 5 years, the brass key had changed hands. 6 times in 5 years, families had moved in with hopes and boxes, only to depart weeks or months later, leaving behind half-emptied closets and sometimes furniture too heavy or cumbersome to warrant the effort of removal. When pressed by the increasingly frustrated real estate agent, each family offered the same peculiar explanation: we weren't alone in that house. Detective Meredith Lawson's leather-soled shoes made a soft, rhythmic sound against the wooden floorboards as she walked through the empty halls. The late October afternoon cast long shadows through windows that hadn't been cleaned in months. Dust particles danced in the slanting light, disturbed by her careful movements. She wasn't here officially. There was no case file, no crime scene tape, no body. Just rumors, persistence, and her own curiosity that had led her here on her day off. The latest family, the Hendersons, had left just 3 days ago. Unlike the others, Sarah Henderson had called the police before they fled, not because of any crime committed against them, but because she believed someone else might be in danger. "Someone is living in the walls," she had told the dispatcher, her voice trembling but certain. "I hear them at night, moving, breathing, watching." The responding officers had found nothing, no signs of intrusion, no hidden passages or secret compartments typical of houses this age. They'd checked the attic, the basement, the spaces between walls where possible. Nothing. They filed their report, unfounded concerns, possibly stress-induced paranoia. Case closed. But Meredith had known Sarah Henderson for years. They'd attended the same high school. Sarah wasn't prone to flights of fancy or paranoia. She was methodical, rational, an accountant who dealt in certainties and verifiable facts. If Sarah said someone was in the house, Meredith was inclined to believe her. The detective paused in what had been the Hendersons' master bedroom, letting her senses adjust to the stillness. The house wasn't silent. Old houses rarely are. They speak in the language of settling foundations and expanding wooden beams. They creak and sigh with temperature changes, with barometric pressure, with age. But beneath those expected sounds was there something else. Meredith closed her eyes, focusing only on what she could hear. The central heating system hummed somewhere distant. Wind brushed against the windows. A clock forgotten by the Hendersons, or perhaps left by previous owners, ticked steadily from another room. And then, a subtle scratching, so faint it might have been imagination or a tree branch against the siding. But it seemed to come from inside, not outside, from the closet. Meredith opened her eyes, her gaze drawn to the closet door, which stood slightly ajar. She approached slowly, not out of fear but caution. A detective's habits die hard, even off duty. The door's hinges protested with a low moan as she pulled it open fully. Empty wooden hangers clinked together like wind chimes. The closet was spacious but ordinary. No hidden panels immediately visible. She ran her hands along the walls, feeling for irregularities. At the back corner, her fingers detected a slight difference in the texture of the wall. A rectangular outline, almost imperceptible unless you were looking for it. Meredith pressed against it gently, then with more force. Nothing happened. She searched the edges for a mechanism, finding a small indentation at the bottom. When she pressed it, there was a soft click, and the panel swung inward. Beyond was darkness and a smell musty, but with something else underneath. Something living, not the smell of decay, but of occupation, of habitation, a human smell. "Hello," Meredith called softly into the darkness. No response came. She took out her phone and activated its flashlight. The beam revealed a narrow passage, clearly not part of the original house design. This was newer construction, crude but effective. The passage extended beyond the reach of her light. Meredith hesitated only briefly before stepping through. The passage was tight. She had to turn sideways in places, but navigable. It wound between the walls of the house, occasionally opening into slightly larger spaces where a person could sit or perhaps sleep. In one such space, she found evidence of recent occupation: food wrappers, a thin blanket, a plastic bottle half filled with water. The passage continued downward, eventually leading her to the basement through another concealed door. Here, the crude construction gave way to something older, something that might have been part of the original house. A small room, perhaps once a coal storage area, had been converted into a living space of sorts. A mattress lay on the floor. Shelves had been built into the walls, holding books, canned food, and personal items. A camping lantern sat on an overturned crate that served as a table. And there were photographs, dozens of them pinned to the walls, the families who had lived in the house. Images clearly taken without their knowledge through vents or small holes in walls. The Hendersons, the family before them, and before them, all the way back 5 years. But it was the desk in the corner that drew Meredith's full attention. On it lay open notebooks filled with detailed observations, times of arrivals and departures, conversations overheard, habits documented, and architectural drawings, plans of the house with additional passages marked, some existing, some apparently planned for future construction. The author of these notes had been systematically expanding their hidden domain within the walls of the house. Meredith felt a chill that had nothing to do with the basement's temperature. The level of obsession and planning evident in these materials suggested someone deeply disturbed, yet methodical. But where were they now? A sound from behind made her turn sharply. The passage door was closing. Meredith lunged for it, but too late it shut with a soft click that sounded deafening in the confined space. She pushed against it, but it wouldn't budge, trapped. The lantern on the crate flickered on, though Meredith hadn't touched it. A voice spoke from the darkest corner of the room, where the light didn't quite reach. "You're not supposed to be here. This isn't your house." The voice was soft, neither distinctly male nor female, with an odd cadence as if spoken by someone unaccustomed to conversation. "I'm Detective Lawson," Meredith said, keeping her voice steady. "I'm not here to hurt you. I just want to talk." "Talk," the voice repeated, as if considering the concept. The others didn't want to talk. They just wanted to live in my house. My house. I was here first, before all of them. A figure leaned forward slightly, just enough for the lantern light to catch their features. A gaunt face, pale from lack of sunlight, eyes that seemed too large, too observant, clothes that might once have been business attire but had degraded to rags, and an identification badge still clipped to the shirt despite its age and wear. "Property of Willow Development Corporation," Meredith read aloud. "Douglas Mercer, site manager." The records Meredith had reviewed before coming here had mentioned Willow Development. They'd renovated the house 5 years ago before the first of the 6 families moved in. But according to those same records, the project manager had been a woman named Eleanor Jenkins. "They buried me," Douglas said, his voice suddenly clearer. "Not literally, bureaucratically. I found irregularities in the construction, substandard materials, safety violations. I documented everything, was going to report it." He gestured to one of the notebooks. "They fired me instead, said I never worked here, removed me from all records." Meredith remembered something, a local news story from years back. A disgruntled employee making accusations against a development company. The story had disappeared quickly, likely suppressed by expensive lawyers. "So you came back," she said, understanding dawning. "You hid in the house." "It was just supposed to be temporary, just long enough to gather more evidence, but then they sold the house." And I, Douglas, looked around at his underground domain. I was already living in the walls by then. It was easier to stay, to watch, to document. "And to frighten the families into leaving," Meredith added. Douglas's expression changed, showing the first real emotion, regret. "I never hurt anyone, I just couldn't share my house, not after everything. And I needed to keep working, keep documenting. The evidence is all here, detective. 5 years of evidence of their wrongdoing." Outside the basement, in the world above where time moved normally, where people lived in houses rather than within their walls, this would be the moment for a rest, for reading rights, for ending a case. But here, in this strange subterranean domain, Meredith felt the lines blurring between criminal and victim. "Douglas," she said gently, "you need to come with me. This can't continue." He stared at her for a long moment, then slowly nodded. Will they listen this time? Will anyone believe? "I'll make them listen," Meredith promised, "but first we need to leave this place." Douglas hesitated, then reached for one of his notebooks, his evidence, his justification for 5 years of darkness. He looked around one last time at the space that had been his whole world. "It wasn't always about scaring them away," he said quietly. "Sometimes I just wanted to be part of a family again." As Meredith led Douglas Mercer up and out of his self-imposed exile, through passages built with obsessive precision, she wondered about the nature of haunting. Not by spirits or supernatural entities, but by people living, breathing people who become untethered from the world and find themselves trapped between walls, between lives. The house at the end of Willow Lane had never been empty, not truly. It had been occupied all along by a man who had disappeared from official existence, but continued to live, to observe, to document a ghost created not by death, but by erasure. The for sale sign would go up again, a 7th time, but now perhaps the house might finally stay filled. Not because Douglas Mercer was gone, but because the walls would no longer hold secrets, only insulation, wiring, and the ordinary, non-threatening emptiness that walls are supposed to contain. Story 3, the thrift store on Maple Avenue had always been there, nestled between a laundromat and a coffee shop that had changed owners 5 times in the last decade. Its windows were perpetually dusty, casting a sepia tone over the mannequins that wore clothing from eras gone by. The smell inside was distinct, a mixture of old fabric, faint mothballs, and the lingering scent of 100 different homes. On Thursday afternoons, the sunlight would filter through those dusty windows at just the right angle, illuminating dancing particles in the air that seemed suspended in time, much like the items sold there. It was on such a Thursday that Michael Reeves found himself browsing through the racks of second-hand clothing. The soft squeak of metal hangers sliding against the metal rack created a rhythm that matched his unhurried pace. He wasn't looking for anything in particular, just killing time before his evening shift at the hospital where he worked as a nurse. His fingers trailed over different fabrics, cotton, polyester, wool, until they settled on leather. The jacket was dark brown, worn at the elbows, with a slight crack in the collar, signs of a life well lived. Michael slipped it off the hanger, the weight of it substantial in his hands. He tried it on, the cool lining sliding against his arms. It fit as if it had been made for him. The mirror on the wall reflected back a version of himself that seemed somehow more interesting, as if the jacket carried stories that were now becoming part of his own narrative. $35, said the elderly clerk when Michael approached the counter. It's been here a while. Nice to see it found someone. Michael paid in cash, the bills slightly damp from the humidity of the late September afternoon. He wore the jacket out of the store, feeling the weight of it settling on his shoulders as he walked back to his apartment 3 blocks away. It wasn't until he was home, hanging the jacket on a hook by his door, that he noticed something in the right pocket, a small lump that had gone undetected during his brief time wearing it. His fingers closed around a crumpled piece of paper, yellowed at the edges, folded multiple times and then crushed, as if someone had changed their mind about discarding it. Michael unfolded it carefully, smoothing it against his kitchen counter. The handwriting was uneven, pressed hard into the paper in some places, barely visible in others. The blue ink had faded to a grayish hue, but the message was clear enough. If you find this, run, he still has the others. Michael read it twice, then a third time. A chill ran through him that had nothing to do with the apartment's air conditioning. The note felt ominous in a way he couldn't quite articulate, not an obvious threat, but a warning from someone who believed they were in danger. He placed it back on the counter and stepped away, as if distance might diminish its power. That night, Michael couldn't sleep. The note lay on his kitchen counter, but its presence seemed to fill the entire apartment. Who had written it? What others were they referring to? And why had they hidden it in the pocket of a jacket that would eventually find its way to a thrift store? In the morning, Michael called in sick to work for the first time in 3 years. The hospital could manage without him for one day. He took a photograph of the note and drove to the thrift store as soon as it opened. The same elderly clerk was there, arranging a display of vintage brooches in a glass case. She remembered the jacket. That one came in about 6 months ago, she said, adjusting her glasses as she thought back. Part of a donation from the Westbrook estate. Old Mrs. Westbrook passed away, and her son brought in boxes of things. Didn't want any of it, apparently. Did you happen to get his name, the son? Michael asked. Thomas, I think, or Timothy. Started with a T, she shrugged apologetically. We don't keep records of donors unless it's for a tax receipt, and he didn't want one. Michael thanked her and left, driving straight to the local library. The librarian, a woman with silver-streaked hair pulled into a tight bun, helped him search through digital archives of the local newspaper. It didn't take long to find the obituary. Eleanor Westbrook, age 87, died peacefully in her sleep, survived by her son, Trevor. The Westbrook home was located on the outskirts of town, a Victorian structure with peeling paint and a front yard that had clearly not been maintained in months. Michael sat in his car across the street, wondering what exactly he was doing there. The note could be nothing a prank, a line from a creative writing exercise, or the paranoid ramblings of someone with mental health issues. But something about the desperate pressure of the pen on paper, the urgency of the message, kept him from driving away. He approached the house, steps creaking on the wooden porch. His knock echoed through what sounded like an empty space. After a minute, he tried again. Nothing. The windows were grimy, curtains drawn. He moved around to the side of the house, peering through a gap in the fabric covering a kitchen window. The interior was dim, but he could make out dishes piled in the sink, mail scattered across a table, chairs askew as if someone had left in a hurry. Not the scene of a house being properly settled after its owner's death. A voice behind him made him jump. "Can I help you?" A woman in her 60s stood on the lawn, arms crossed, suspicious eyes taking in his presence. "I'm sorry, I was looking for Trevor Westbrook," Michael said, stepping away from the window. "Trevor, he doesn't live here anymore." Her expression softened slightly. "I'm Margaret Wilson from next door. Are you a friend of his?" "Not exactly. I bought something that used to belong to this house, and I found, well, something concerning inside it." Margaret's posture changed subtly. "You'd better come over for some tea," she said after a moment. Margaret's living room was the opposite of the Westbrook house, warm, clean, organized. She served tea in delicate cups with saucers, a formality that seemed at odds with the conversation they were about to have. "Eleanor Westbrook was a quiet woman," Margaret began. kept to herself after her husband died 20 years ago. Trevor moved back in with her about 5 years ago after his divorce. He always seemed troubled, would come and go at odd hours. Did Alina have other children? Michael asked, thinking of the note. He still has the others. Margaret shook her head. Trevor was an only child. Alina doted on him even when he was grown. She'd make excuses for his behavior, the drinking, the women he'd bring home. When did she die? February, heart attack, they said. Trevor had the funeral quickly, private affair. Started clearing out the house right away. Margaret sipped her tea. Then about 2 months ago, he just disappeared. No goodbye, no for sale sign on the house, just gone. Michael showed her the photograph of the note on his phone. Her face paled. That's Alina's handwriting, she whispered. I'd know it anywhere from her Christmas cards. She placed her teacup down with a shaky hand. What does it mean? I'm not sure, Michael said, but I think maybe we should talk to the police. Detective Laura Chen was in her early 40s, with shrewd eyes that seemed to absorb every detail of Michael's story without revealing her thoughts. She examined the original note, now sealed in a plastic bag. And you found this in a jacket from the Westbrook estate, she confirmed, making notes in a small notebook, her handwriting neat and economical. Yes, the clerk at the thrift store confirmed it. Detective Chen nodded slowly. Mrs. Westbrook's death wasn't investigated as suspicious at the time. Natural causes, according to the medical examiner. She tapped her pen against the notebook. But this note, it's concerning. What happened next unfolded with a methodical progression that reminded Michael of watching ice melt slow at first, then suddenly accelerating. Detective Chen obtained a warrant to search the Westbrook house based on the note and Margaret's confirmation that it was Alina's handwriting. The house revealed its secrets gradually. In Trevor's bedroom, they found newspaper clippings about 3 missing women from neighboring counties, dating back 7 years. In the basement, behind a false wall that had been hastily constructed, they discovered a locked trunk containing personal items, a silver bracelet, a red scarf, a pair of reading glasses. Items that matched descriptions of possessions belonging to the missing women. But no bodies were found. No definitive evidence linking Trevor directly to the disappearances. The investigation expanded. Trevor's work history was examined. He'd been a long-haul trucker before moving back in with his mother, with routes that corresponded to the locations where the women had vanished. His ex-wife, located in Arizona, spoke of his controlling behavior, his explosive anger, his need to teach lessons. Alina's body was exhumed. The new autopsy revealed traces of a sedative in her system that had been overlooked, not enough to kill, but enough to incapacitate. The medical examiner revised the cause of death, asphyxiation, not heart attack. 6 weeks into the investigation, a hotel maid in a small town in Nevada reported a guest who matched Trevor's description. By the time local police arrived, he was gone, leaving behind only a room key and an unpaid bill. Michael followed the case from a distance. Detective Chen would call occasionally, updating him on developments that were already public knowledge. She never thanked him directly for bringing in the note, but he could sense her gratitude in the way she took time to keep him informed. 3 months after finding the note, Michael received a call from Detective Chen. They had found Trevor Westbrook in a motel just outside of Las Vegas. He had taken his own life, a gunshot wound to the head. Beside him was a confession, detailing the women he had abducted and killed over the years, including his own mother when she had begun to suspect what he was doing. But the confession was incomplete. It named 3 victims, while evidence suggested there had been more. He still has the others Alina had written, and those others remained missing. Michael still wore the leather jacket sometimes, though he had removed the lining and had it cleaned professionally. He couldn't bring himself to discard it. It had become a connection to Alina Westbrook, a woman who had tried to warn the world about her son in her final moments. On quiet nights, when he would walk home from a late shift at the hospital, the weight of the jacket on his shoulders reminded him of how thin the veneer of normalcy could be, how secrets could hide in plain sight, in second-hand stores, in yellowed notes, in leather worn smooth by time and fear. And sometimes, passing by houses with their curtains drawn, he would wonder what other messages remained undiscovered, waiting patiently to reveal their truths. In the end, the note in the second-hand jacket had spoken for those who could no longer speak for themselves, but its final warning run had come too late for some. Their stories remained untold, their final moments known only to a man who had taken that knowledge to his grave. And somewhere, perhaps, there were other notes, other warnings, other jackets hanging in thrift stores, holding secrets between their worn seams, waiting for someone to slide their hands into pockets and discover truths that had been hidden away. Story 4, she worked the night shift at the hospital, used to eerie moments and flickering lights. But when she checked the vital signs of a patient in room 312, something felt wrong. There was no name on the chart, no admission form, no digital record. And when she checked again, the bed was empty. The soft hum of medical equipment filled the corridors of St. Agatha Memorial Hospital as Nurse Ellen Marquez moved through her rounds. The fluorescent lights above cast a pale blue glow that seemed to wash the color from everything it touched. It was 3:17 in the morning, that peculiar hour when the building felt suspended between worlds, when even the most rational minds began to wander. Ellen had worked the night shift for 11 years now. She knew every creak of the old building, every shadow that stretched across linoleum floors when the moon hit the windows just right. Her rubber-soled shoes whispered against the floor as she made her way down the east wing. The medication cart rattled softly beneath her hands, a familiar companion on these long nights. Outside, a gentle rain had begun to fall, creating a rhythmic patter against the window's nature's own white noise machine. Ellen paused at the nurse's station, her fingers moving automatically to refresh the patient database on the computer. The screen's light illuminated her face as she scrolled through the night's assignments. Room 310, Mr. Patterson recovering from bypass surgery. Room 311, empty. Room 312, empty. Ellen frowned slightly. She had been certain there was someone in 312. Just after midnight, she had noticed the call button light illuminated above the door. Curious, she navigated back to her earlier notes. Nothing indicated a patient had been assigned to that room. Perhaps it had been a system error, or maybe maintenance had been testing the equipment. Still, something tugged at the edges of her mind, a peculiar sense of wrongness she couldn't quite place. Deciding to investigate, Ellen abandoned the medication cart and walked toward room 312. The door was partially open, though darkness claimed most of the space beyond. She hesitated at the threshold, then pushed the door wider. It swung inward without a sound. "Hello," Ellen called softly. "Is anyone in here?" No response came. The room should have been dark and empty, but instead the bed was perfectly made with hospital corners, a privacy curtain partially drawn. On the bedside table sat a plastic water pitcher and an untouched meal tray from the evening's dinner service. Ellen felt a chill travel up her spine. She moved deeper into the room, her hand instinctively reaching for the light switch. The overhead light flickered once, twice, then steadied. The room appeared exactly as it should for a patient who had been admitted, the bed prepared, equipment ready, even the whiteboard on the wall wiped clean, awaiting a name and care details. Ellen approached the bed and noticed something else. The sheets were slightly wrinkled, as if someone had been lying there. Not enough to suggest a full night's rest, but enough to indicate a presence. On the bedside table, beside the untouched meal, sat a patient chart. Ellen picked it up, confused. She had just checked the system. This room was supposed to be empty. The chart was peculiarly light, containing only a few papers. The admission form was blank where a name should have been. No birth date, no medical history, no insurance information. Only the room number 312, written in handwriting she didn't recognize. The vital signs page had been filled out, however. Temperature 97.1 F, blood pressure 110/70, pulse 58, respiration 12 per minute, all recorded at 11:42 p.m. just over 3.5 hours ago. The signature line at the bottom remained empty. Ellen flipped through the remaining pages, all blank, no doctor's notes, no nursing assessment, nothing to indicate who this patient was or why they had been admitted. She set the chart down and moved to the room's computer terminal, logging in to check the electronic records. According to the system, room 312 had been vacant since Mrs. Henderson had been discharged 3 days ago. A soft sound drew her attention, the subtle shifting of weight against a mattress. Ellen turned, but the bed remained empty, the sheets still showing only the slight indentation she had noticed earlier. She looked around the room, suddenly aware of how isolated this corner of the hospital felt at this hour. The East Wing had been undergoing renovations, leaving many rooms temporarily unoccupied. Room 312 was the last one before the construction barrier. "Is anyone here?" she called again, louder this time. Only the persistent hum of the building's systems answered her. Ellen returned to the nurse's station, chart in hand. The night supervisor, Gloria, was nowhere to be seen, probably helping with a patient in the West Wing. Ellen set the chart down and pulled up the admissions log from earlier in the evening. She scanned through each entry, looking for any patient who might have been mistakenly placed in room 312. Nothing. She checked for transfer orders or last-minute admissions. Again, nothing. The phone rang, startling her. She answered it quickly. "East Wing, Nurse Marquez speaking." "Ellen," it was Dr. Reeves, one of the overnight physicians. "I need the latest labs for the patient in 312. Can you bring them to me in the doctor's lounge?" Ellen tightened her grip on the receiver. "The patient in 312. Doctor, there's no record of anyone being admitted to that room." A pause. "What are you talking about? I admitted her myself during my evening rounds. Elderly female, admitted for observation after a syncopal episode." "There's nothing in the system," Ellen said, her voice steadier than she felt. "And the chart I found in the room has no patient information, no name, nothing." Another pause, longer this time. "That's impossible. I'll be right there." Ellen hung up and returned to room 312, bringing the mysterious chart with her. This time she turned on all the lights, illuminating every corner of the space. The room appeared exactly as it had moments ago, a bed with slightly rumpled sheets, an untouched meal tray, a water pitcher. She approached the bed again, this time placing her hand on the wrinkled portion of the sheets. The fabric was cold. Behind her, the door swung open. Dr. Reeves entered, his expression a mixture of confusion and annoyance. He was in his mid-50s, with salt and pepper hair and the perpetually tired eyes of someone who had been working hospital shifts for decades. "What's going on, Ellen?" he asked, moving past her to the foot of the bed. "That's what I'm trying to figure out," she replied, handing him the chart. "There's no record of a patient in this room, but someone recorded vitals at 11:42 last night." Dr. Reeves flipped through the sparse papers, his frown deepening. "This makes no sense. I admitted a patient here yesterday evening. Mrs. Alina Blackwood, 79 years old. She fainted at her home and her daughter brought her in." "There's nothing in the system," Ellen repeated. "I checked twice, and there's no name on this chart." Dr. Reeves shook his head. "I wrote everything down myself. I entered it in the system, ordered basic labs, a cardiac workup." He moved to the computer terminal and logged in, navigating quickly through the same screens Ellen had already checked. His confused expression gradually shifted to something more concerned. "This isn't right," he muttered. "Where are her records?" Ellen felt that same chill again, stronger now. "Doctor, when was the last time you saw Mrs. Blackwood?" Dr. Reeves looked up from the screen. "Around 10 last night, before I went to review some cases. She was sleeping." He paused. "I came back to check on her around midnight, but..." His voice trailed off. "But what?" Ellen prompted. "She wasn't here," he said slowly. "The bed was empty. I assumed she had been taken for tests or maybe to radiology. I was going to follow up, but I got called to an emergency in the ICU." He looked around the room as if seeing it for the first time. "Where is she, Ellen?" Together they searched the small bathroom attached to the room. Empty. They checked the hallway, the nearby supply closet, even the vacant room 311 next door. No sign of an elderly patient, no sign of anyone. Back at the nurses' station, they expanded their search through the hospital database. No patient named Alina Blackwood had been admitted in the past week. No patient with that name existed in their records at all. "This isn't possible," Dr. Reeves said, running a hand through his hair. I spoke with her daughter, I examined her." Ellen pulled up the security protocols on the computer. "Let me check the badge access records. If she left the floor, someone would have had to use their ID to operate the elevators after hours." The access logs showed nothing unusual. No unexplained entries or exits from the East Wing between 10 p.m. and now. Ellen switched to the camera feeds, rewinding to earlier in the night. The hallway outside room 312 remained empty and still, save for the occasional nurse walking past during rounds. "We should call security," Ellen suggested. "Have them help us search the building." Dr. Reeves nodded absently, still staring at the computer screen. "Yes, do that, and pull up my admission records from yesterday. Maybe I entered her information under the wrong room number." Ellen made the call to security while Dr. Reeves continued searching the system. When she hung up, he was standing perfectly still, his face pale in the harsh light of the monitor. "What is it?" she asked. "I found my admission notes from yesterday," he said quietly. "All the patients I saw and admitted are here except for Mrs. Blackwood." He turned to look at her. "Ellen, it's like she never existed." Security arrived 15 minutes later, a single officer named Martinez who listened to their story with professional detachment. He took notes, checked the room himself, and promised to review the camera footage more thoroughly from the security office. "We'll do a sweep of the building," he assured them. If there's an elderly woman wandering around, we'll find her. After Martinez left, Ellen and Dr. Reeves returned to room 312. Something about the space felt different now. The air seemed heavier, the silence more pronounced. Ellen approached the bed again, studying the slight indentation in the sheets. "Who recorded these vitals?" she asked, picking up the chart. "The handwriting isn't yours or mine." Dr. Reeves took the chart, examining the numbers. "No, it's not, but these readings." He trailed off, his expression changing. "What about them?" "They're textbook perfect," he said. "Too perfect. Blood pressure 110/70, pulse 58, respiration 12. These are ideal numbers, not real readings from an actual patient." Ellen felt a knot forming in her stomach, and they were recorded at 11:42 p.m. "You said you checked on her at midnight and she was gone." Dr. Reeves nodded slowly. "The time between these recordings and when I found the bed empty, it's less than 20 minutes. They stood in silence for a moment, the implications hanging in the air between them. It wasn't just that a patient had disappeared. It was as if someone or something had systematically erased every trace of her existence, except for this single, incomplete chart and the memory of two healthcare workers in the middle of a long night shift. The overhead light flickered, drawing their attention upward. When they looked back down, both noticed something they had missed before. On the pristine white pillowcase lay a single long gray hair, curled into a delicate spiral. Dr. Reeves reached for it, then hesitated, his hand hovering in the air. "We should document everything," he said quietly. "Take photos, preserve evidence." Ellen nodded, already reaching for her phone. As she framed the shot of the hair on the pillow, she noticed something else, a name bracelet, the kind they placed on every patient's wrist upon admission, partially tucked under the edge of the mattress. She picked it up carefully. The plastic band was intact, not cut or torn off. The printed label read, BLACKWOOD ELEANOR DOB 5171945, room 312. "Doctor," Ellen said, her voice barely above a whisper. She held out the bracelet. Dr. Reeves stared at it, his face draining of color. "That wasn't there before, I'm certain of it." "Could she have slipped it off? Some patients do when they're confused." He shook his head, "Not without cutting it or breaking the clasp, and we checked this room thoroughly just minutes ago." The hospital intercom crackled to life, the sound startlingly loud in the quiet room. "Code blue, ICU room 4. Code blue, ICU room 4. Dr. Reeves straightened immediately. "I have to go. Stay here, document everything. Don't let anyone touch anything until I get back." After he left, Ellen stood alone in room 312, the name bracelet cool against her palm. The steady rain continued outside, drumming against the windows with increasing intensity. She placed the bracelet on the bedside table and took several photos of the room, the chart, the indentation on the bed, the single gray hair. As she worked, she became aware of a subtle change in the room's temperature. It felt colder now, the kind of chill that seeped into bones rather than just prickling at skin. Ellen pulled her scrub jacket tighter around herself and continued documenting the scene. The search for Alina Blackwood extended through the remainder of the night shift. Security reviewed all camera footage and found no evidence of an elderly woman entering or leaving the hospital. No staff members besides Dr. Reeves recalled admitting such a patient. The daughter who supposedly brought Mrs. Blackwood to the hospital could not be identified or located. As dawn approached, casting thin gray light through the windows, Ellen completed her shift notes. The events of the night felt increasingly distant and dreamlike, as if the mystery of room 312 existed in some parallel reality that only she and Dr. Reeves had glimpsed. 3 days later, Ellen was again working the night shift when an emergency admission came in an elderly woman who had collapsed at home. As Ellen prepared a room for the new patient, she felt her heart skip when she saw the room assignment, 312. The woman's name was Patricia Davenport, age 81. Her granddaughter had found her unconscious and called an ambulance. As Ellen helped settle Mrs. Davenport into bed, she couldn't help but study the woman's face, searching for any resemblance to the phantom patient from nights before. There was none. Mrs. Davenport was thin and frail, with wispy white hair and alert brown eyes that tracked Ellen's movements around the room. "Is something wrong, dear?" the elderly woman asked, noticing Ellen's distraction. "No, ma'am," Ellen replied with a practiced smile, "just making sure you're comfortable." Later that night, Ellen checked on Mrs. Davenport regularly, each time feeling a sense of relief when she found the woman sleeping peacefully, her vital signs displayed on the monitor, her name clearly visible on both the electronic chart and the bracelet around her wrist. During her 3 a.m. rounds, Ellen approached room 312 and quietly opened the door. The soft beeping of the heart monitor greeted her, and in its green glow, she could see the outline of Mrs. Davenport in bed. Ellen moved closer to check the IV line. As she leaned over, Mrs. Davenport's eyes suddenly opened, startlingly clear and alert for someone who should have been deep in sleep. "She wasn't supposed to be here," the old woman whispered. Ellen froze. "I'm sorry." Elena, she came to the wrong place. Mrs. Davenport's voice was soft but distinct. Some souls get confused on their journey. They stop where they shouldn't. Ellen felt her pulse quicken. "Mrs. Davenport, how do you know that name?" The elderly woman's eyes drifted closed again. "We all know, dear. When you reach the end of the road, you can see others on the same path." By morning, Patricia Davenport had no recollection of their nighttime conversation. Her condition improved steadily, and she was discharged 3 days later with a clean bill of health and no memory of ever mentioning a woman named Elena. Room 312 continued to receive patients in the months that followed. Ellen continued working her night shifts. Occasionally, when passing that particular door during the quietest hours, she would feel a slight drop in temperature, a subtle pressure change that made her ears pop. She never found another unexplained chart or mysterious patient. But sometimes in that liminal space between midnight and dawn, when the hospital hummed with its own particular rhythm and the rain tapped gently against the windows, Ellen would look up from her work at the nurse's station to see the call light illuminated above room 312. And each time, by the time she reached the door, the light would be dark again, the room still and empty, holding secrets that existed somewhere between the world of medical records and the mysteries that lay beyond. Story 5. It had been hanging in the hallway for years, a family photo taken one Christmas morning. But as she dusted the frame, she noticed something she had never seen before. A man standing in the background. He wasn't a relative, he wasn't a guest, and he was staring directly at the camera. Elena Winters paused, her dusting cloth suspended midair. The photograph had been a fixture in her parents' home for nearly 2 decades, capturing the perfect holiday moment. her mother and father seated on the vintage floral couch, herself and her younger brother standing behind them, all wearing matching red sweaters. The Christmas tree glowed in the corner, ornaments catching the soft morning light that streamed through the bay window. But now, as afternoon sunlight fell across the glass at just the right angle, she saw him, a figure partially obscured by shadow, standing near the dining room entrance, a stranger watching them. The dust cloth slipped from her fingers as she lifted the frame from the wall. The hollow tap of her footsteps echoed through the empty house as she carried it to the kitchen table. Her parents had passed away 3 months ago, within weeks of each other, leaving Alina to sort through the remnants of their life together. The familiar weight of grief pressed against her chest as she placed the photo under the harsh fluorescent light. There was no mistaking it, a man in his 40s perhaps, with a beard and dark eyes that seemed to look directly into the camera. He wore what appeared to be a navy sweater or jacket. Alina's breath caught in her throat. She had never seen this man before, yet there he was in their home on Christmas morning. Detective Morgan Phillips flipped through his small notepad, his weathered fingers moving with practiced precision. The station hummed with subdued activity phones ringing at distant desks, the soft shuffle of papers, the occasional murmur of conversation. A coffee cup sat untouched beside him, steam no longer rising from its surface. "And you're certain this person wasn't invited to your family's Christmas celebration?" he asked, his voice carrying the particular steadiness that came from decades of interviewing witnesses. Alina shook her head. "No, we were alone that Christmas. My grandmother had passed earlier that year, and it was just the 4 of us. I remember because it was unusually quiet." The detective nodded, adjusting his reading glasses as he studied the photograph. The frame sat between them on the table, catching the dull gleam of the overhead lights. "And you never noticed this figure before now?" "Never," Alina replied, a tremor in her voice. "How could I have missed it all these years?" Detective Phillips didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached for a magnifying glass from his desk drawer, the metal cool against his fingertips. He leaned forward, his breath fogging the glass slightly as he examined the stranger's face. Something in his expression changed, a subtle tightening around the eyes, a slight furrow of the brow. "Mrs. Winters," he said finally, setting down the magnifying glass with a soft click against the wooden desk. "I'm going to need to take this photograph into evidence." 2 days later, Alina sat in the same chair, facing the same detective. This time, a thin folder rested on the table between them. The humming fluorescent light above cast a pallid glow over the room, making the cream-colored walls appear almost yellow. "We've been able to identify the man in your photograph," Detective Phillips said, his voice carefully neutral. "His name was Thomas Keller." Alina noticed the detective's use of past tense. "Was." "Yes, Mr. Keller disappeared in January 1999, 3 weeks after your family photograph was taken." The detective opened the folder, revealing a missing persons report yellowed with age. He was a real estate agent who had been working in your neighborhood around that time. His car was found abandoned at Lake Merritt, but his body was never recovered. Alina felt a chill run down her spine, despite the warmth of the room. "Are you suggesting he was in our house without our knowledge?" The detective spread his hands, palms up. "That's what we're trying to determine. Your parents purchased their home in 1998, correct?" "Yes, in October." "And Thomas Keller was the listing agent for that property." The detective slid a photocopy of an old real estate contract across the table. Her father's signature appeared at the bottom, alongside another she didn't recognize. Alina stared at the document, her mind racing. But why would he be in our house on Christmas morning, and why wouldn't my parents have mentioned him? Detective Phillips leaned back in his chair, which creaked softly under his weight. That's what interests us. We've reopened the investigation into Keller's disappearance. The following week found Detective Phillips and his partner, Detective Rivera, standing in the Winters' living room. Alina watched from the doorway as they examined the space where the photograph had been taken years ago. The angle suggests he was standing here, Detective Rivera said, positioning himself in the dining room entrance. From this spot, he would have had a clear view of the family, but remained partially hidden. Detective Phillips nodded, his gaze traveling from the spot to the rest of the room. Mrs. Winters, do you recall anything unusual about that Christmas? Any noises, missing items, doors found unlocked? Alina closed her eyes, trying to pull the memories from the fog of time. Nothing specific, but she hesitated, remembering something. My mother was unusually insistent about locking doors that winter. She kept checking the windows before bed. The detectives exchanged glances. Did she ever explain why? Detective Rivera asked. No, I assumed she was just being cautious. After the detectives left, Alina sat alone in her parents' house, the silence wrapping around her like a heavy blanket. Her fingers traced the empty space on the wall where the photograph had hung. Questions swirled in her mind, turning over and over like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. The answers came 3 days later, buried in a box of old papers in the attic. Alina had been sorting through her parents' belongings when she found a small leather-bound journal, her mother's handwriting filling its pages. Most entries were mundane, daily reflections and brief notes about family events. But the entry from December 23, 1998, 2 days before the photograph, made her blood run cold. He was watching the house again today, her mother had written. David says I'm imagining things, but I know what I saw. A man in a blue jacket standing across the street, just watching. I told David we should call the police, but he doesn't want to worry the children right before Christmas. Alina's hands trembled as she turned the page to the next entry. Dated December 26, the day after the photograph was taken. I didn't see him today, perhaps he's gone. David thinks I should stop writing about this, that I'm making myself anxious over nothing. But something doesn't feel right about that man, the way he looks at our house, like he's memorizing every detail. Alina closed the journal, her heart pounding. Her mother had known. She had seen Thomas Keller watching their house, had sensed something was wrong, and somehow on Christmas morning, the stranger had been inside their home, standing in the background of their family photo without any of them noticing. Detective Phillips studied the journal entries carefully, his expression grave. This changes our understanding of the case, he said, his voice low and measured. It suggests that Thomas Keller may have been stalking your family before his disappearance. But why? Alina asked, the question that had been haunting her for weeks. The detective closed the journal gently. We have a theory. According to the records we've found, Keller had been involved in a series of questionable real estate deals. He may have hidden something in your parents' house, something valuable or incriminating. The search of the Winters' home began the next morning. Officers moved methodically through the house, checking behind walls, under floorboards, inside air vents. Elena watched from the porch, a cup of untouched coffee growing cold in her hands as rain began to fall in a gentle, persistent patter. By afternoon, they had found nothing. Detective Phillips joined Elena on the porch, his raincoat dotted with moisture. "We're going to bring in more specialized equipment tomorrow," he said, his voice barely audible above the rain. "Ground-penetrating radar for the basement and yard." Elena nodded, her gaze fixed on the house that suddenly seemed like a stranger to her. "Detective," she said slowly, "do you think my parents knew about whatever Keller was doing?" The detective's silence was answer enough. The radar found it the next day, a small metal box buried beneath the concrete slab in the basement. Inside were documents and a USB drive, their contents revealing a complex mortgage fraud scheme that Thomas Keller had been operating for years. The Winters home had been one of several properties involved, though there was no evidence her parents had been willing participants. "We believe your father discovered what Keller was doing," Detective Phillips explained as they sat in his office a week later. "Based on the timeline we've pieced together, he likely confronted Keller sometime after Christmas. And Keller disappeared after that," Elena said, the pieces falling into place. The detective nodded. "Your father never came forward about the confrontation. Perhaps he was protecting your family, or perhaps he was afraid of being implicated." Elena stared at the photograph on the detective's desk, her family smiling at the camera, unaware of the stranger watching from the shadows. "And my mother, she must have known something." "She suspected," the detective agreed. "But from her journal, it seems your father kept her in the dark about the full extent of the situation." The case of Thomas Keller was officially reopened, but the final answers remained elusive. The lake was dragged again, but no remains were found. The mortgage fraud scheme was documented and closed, restitution made where possible. But the question of what had happened to Thomas Keller and exactly what role her father had played in his disappearance lingered like a shadow. Elena eventually sold her parents' house, unable to feel comfortable in rooms that held such secrets. She kept few mementos, but the photograph remained in police evidence, a silent testament to the stranger who had infiltrated their lives. On quiet nights, Elena sometimes found herself thinking about that Christmas morning, how they had all smiled for the camera, unaware of the man standing in the shadows, how her father had set the timer and rushed to join them on the couch, his arm around her mother's shoulders, how the flash had gone off with a soft pop, capturing a moment that appeared perfect on the surface. And she wondered what other secrets might be hiding in plain sight, just waiting for the light to fall at exactly the right angle. Story 6. They had never been to this town before, just passing through on a road trip. The GPS directed them to a rental home, a small, quiet place surrounded by trees, but when they knocked, the door creaked open. Inside, the table was set for two. Their names were written on the napkins. Sarah and Michael exchanged confused glances as they stood in the doorway of the small cedar cabin. The late afternoon sun filtered through the windows, casting long, golden fingers across the hardwood floor. Outside, birds called softly through the trees, their sounds muffled by the thick forest surrounding the property. The smell of pine and something sweeter hung in the still air of the front room. "Did you tell them we were coming?" Sarah whispered, her voice barely disturbing the silence. Michael shook his head slowly, his fingers still gripping the brass doorknob. "I booked it through the app. I never spoke to anyone directly." The digital clock on the mantel ticked softly, 4:37 p.m. On the simple wooden dining table sat two white plates, two wine glasses filled with what appeared to be water, and two cloth napkins, each folded into perfect triangles. On one napkin, in careful cursive handwriting, was Sarah. On the other, Michael. Detective Alina Reeves flipped through her leather-bound notebook 3 months later, the pages making a gentle whooshing sound in the quiet of the precinct's interview room. The overhead light hummed faintly, casting shadows across her weathered face. She had been working this case since that night in September when the couple had called 911 from their car, parked half a mile down the road from the cabin. "So you didn't enter further than the doorway?" she asked, her pen hovering above the page. Sarah's fingers intertwined with Michael's across the metal table. "No," she said. Something felt wrong. The rental confirmation showed a different address, 312 Pine Road, but the GPS took us to 321. We thought it was just a typo in the system. Alina nodded, making a small note. The cooling system switched on somewhere in the building, a distant mechanical sigh. "And you're certain no one knew your names other than the booking service?" "Absolutely certain," Michael said. The detective noticed his thumb moving back and forth across Sarah's knuckles. "We had just decided on this town that morning. We were supposed to be in Boulder, but we changed plans after hearing about a storm." What the couple couldn't have known, what Detective Reeves would discover weeks later through patient, methodical investigation, was that they weren't the first to experience this unsettling welcome. 3 other couples had reported similar incidents in towns across the state line over the past year. Each time a table set for 2. Each time their names on napkins. Each time no one else present in the house. In the evidence room of the Cedar Creek Police Department, a box labeled Pine Road Incident sat on a metal shelf, gathering a thin film of dust. Inside lay photographs of the cabin interior, taken by officers who arrived 30 minutes after Sarah and Michael's call. The images showed the table settings exactly as described. They also showed something the couple hadn't seen from their position at the door. A small digital camera mounted in the corner of the ceiling, its lens pointed directly at the entrance. Detective Reeves sipped her coffee, now lukewarm, as she reviewed the forensics report for the 4th time. The fingerprints on the doorknob, plates, and napkins had been wiped clean. Professional work. The handwriting analysis had revealed nothing distinct enough to search databases. The camera had been purchased with cash at an electronics store 2 towns over, according to a receipt found in a drawer. Most disturbing was what lay in the cabin's single bedroom, untouched and undisturbed. 2 sets of pajamas laid out on the bed. One size would have fit Sarah perfectly, the other Michael. "We believe it's a form of stalking," Alina explained to her lieutenant, the rain pattering softly against the window of his office. "Someone accessed their reservation information, redirected their GPS coordinates, and prepared the house to unsettle them." "To what end?" Lieutenant Hayes asked, leaning back in his chair. The leather creaked softly under his weight. Alina placed a photograph on his desk. It showed the dining table from above, the name cards clearly visible. "That's the thing. In every case, the couples leave immediately. They never stay to see what happens next." Except one couple didn't leave immediately. According to police records from Westfield, just across the state line, James and Tessa Morgan had experienced an identical setup 4 months earlier. But rather than leaving, they had stayed, curious and somewhat amused, thinking it was some kind of promotional stunt from the rental company. They were reported missing 3 days later. Their car was found still parked outside the rental property. Their suitcases remained unpacked. The table was still set for two, but the names on the napkins had been changed. Now they read next and soon. Detective Reeves never shared this detail with Sarah and Michael. They had enough to process already. Instead, she focused on tracing the digital breadcrumbs, the altered GPS coordinates that had been remotely pushed to their phone, the mysterious payment for the cabin at 321 Pine Road, which was supposed to be unoccupied that weekend, and the electricity usage that spiked 2 hours before their arrival, just enough time to prepare everything. 6 months into the investigation, a leaner discovered the connection. Each affected couple had used the same rental app. Each had made last-minute changes to their itinerary, and each had at some point posted their travel plans publicly on social media. The cybercrimes unit traced an IP address accessing the app's database to a small apartment in the city. When they arrived with a search warrant, they found only a laptop running an automated script. The tenant, a middle-aged man named Edward Lindholm, had vacated 3 days earlier. On the laptop's desktop sat a single document titled The Perfect Hosts. Inside was a manifesto of sorts, outlining a twisted social experiment about hospitality, fear, and the modern disconnection between travelers and their destinations. We prepare, we welcome, we observe, the document read. Some leave, some stay. Those who stay become the next hosts. Alina closed the file as winter turned to spring. The case remained officially open, but with no new leads. Edward Lindholm had disappeared completely. The rental app had patched its security vulnerability. Sarah and Michael had moved to a new apartment, changed their phone numbers, and deleted their social media accounts. Sometimes in the quiet hours of early morning when sleep eluded her, Detective Reeves would wonder about the couples who might have stayed, who might have become hosts themselves, setting tables and writing names on napkins for new, unsuspecting guests. She wondered how large this network had grown, spreading silently across state lines and through small towns with rental properties surrounded by trees. The GPS coordinates for these properties would never appear on official maps. They existed in a shadow network passed from host to host, waiting to welcome the curious, the trusting, the tired travelers looking for a place to rest for the night. And somewhere, perhaps not far from where Alina sat with her case files and cooling coffee, a table was being set for two. Names were being written on napkins. A door was being left slightly ajar. Waiting. Story 7. The autumn rain tapped against the windows with a gentle, rhythmic persistence. It was the kind of sound that might lull someone to sleep on any other night, but tonight, the soft patter against glass would become the backdrop to something else entirely. The Collins family home, a 2-story colonial with white trim and navy shutters, stood alone at the end of Maple Street, partially obscured by the old oak trees that lined their long driveway. Inside, the house hummed with the quiet mechanical breath of appliances and heating systems, sounds that most people never really notice until they're listening for something else. Detective Sarah Mercer stood in the kitchen, her eyes fixed on the cell phone that lay on the granite countertop. The screen was shattered, spiderweb cracks emanating from the bottom right corner. Even through the damage, the blue glow of the message screen was still visible. An unsent text message glowed against the fractured surface. Who's in the house with me? The parents found it like this when they got home at 11:42 p.m., Officer Daniels said, his voice low and measured. No sign of forced entry. The babysitter, Ellie Summers, 19, was nowhere to be found. Her bag and jacket were still here. The child was asleep upstairs, unharmed. Sarah nodded slowly, her fingers hovering over the cracked screen without touching it. Evidence techs had already dusted for prints and photographed everything in situ. Now she was trying to piece together a narrative from the silent objects left behind. The Collins family had hired Ellie many times before. A sophomore at the local community college, she was studying early childhood education and babysat for several families in the neighborhood. Reliable, responsible, with references that checked out. Nothing in her background suggested she would simply abandon a sleeping child. "Show me the rest of the house," Sarah said, her voice barely above a whisper. Officer Daniels led her through the living room, where a half-empty glass of water sat on the coffee table beside a dog-eared paperback. The television was off. Nothing seemed disturbed. The couch cushions were slightly indented, as if someone had been sitting there not long ago. They moved upstairs, their footsteps muffled by the plush carpet. The child's room was peaceful, undisturbed. 6-year-old Emma Collins had slept through whatever had happened downstairs, her small chest rising and falling beneath her unicorn-patterned comforter. "Did the parents notice anything missing?" Sarah asked, her eyes scanning the hallway. "Nothing," Daniels replied. Mr. Collins checked his office. Mrs. Collins went through her jewelry box. Everything's accounted for. Sarah paused at the top of the stairs, her hand resting on the banister, and all the doors and windows. Locked from the inside except the front door, which the parents unlocked with their key when they arrived home. The detective moved slowly back down the stairs, her mind already forming and discarding theories. Had Ellie sent that text, or had someone else typed those words on her phone? The latter seemed unlikely. Why would an intruder announce their presence via text message? Back in the kitchen, Sarah studied the phone again. The message was addressed to Mom. Sarah had already spoken with Mrs. Summers, who confirmed she never received any text from her daughter that night. The message was written but never sent. "What time did the parents leave for their dinner?" Sarah asked. 7:30 p.m. They said they called Ellie around 10:15 to check in, but she didn't answer. They figured she might have been putting Emma to bed and didn't want to risk waking the child with a ringing phone. Sarah nodded, picturing the timeline. The family left at 7:30. Ellie was presumably fine at that point. Something happened between then and 11:42 p.m. when the parents returned. But what? The detective moved to the back door, examining the lock. It was a standard deadbolt, nothing special. She tested it, hearing the solid click as it turned. Locked from the inside, just as Officer Daniels had said. "Did Ellie know the Collins well?" Sarah asked. According to Mrs. Collins, she'd been babysitting for them for about 8 months. They trusted her completely. Sarah returned to the kitchen island, her eyes drawn again to the cracked phone. "Who's in the house with me?" 5 words that raised more questions than answers. The investigation expanded over the next few days. Ellie's friends and family were interviewed. Her college professors described her as punctual and dedicated. Her roommate mentioned no unusual behavior, no mysterious new acquaintances. Cell phone records showed no calls or messages from unknown numbers in the days leading up to her disappearance. Her social media accounts revealed nothing suspicious. On the 3rd day, a development. A neighbor across the street mentioned seeing a utility van parked on the street the night Ellie disappeared. It wasn't unusual enough to report immediately. Service vehicles often came and went in the neighborhood, but in retrospect, the timing seemed significant. "Did you get a look at who was driving?" Sarah asked the neighbor, an elderly woman named Mrs. Whitaker. "No, dear, it was dark and I wasn't paying much attention. Just noticed the van because it was blocking my view of the Hendersons' house." "What time was this?" "Oh, sometime after my shows, so maybe 9:30 or so. I was getting ready for bed." Sarah added this information to her mental timeline. The Collins family was out. Ellie was alone with Emma. A utility van appears on the street, and sometime later, Ellie types a message she never sends. The detective returned to the Collins house, this time focusing on the utility access points. The gas meter outside, the electrical panel in the basement, the water main. Nothing seemed tampered with, but Sarah couldn't shake the connection between the van and Ellie's disappearance. On day 5, they found Ellie's student ID card in a storm drain 3 blocks from the Collins house. It had been washed down by the rain, but was still recognizable. The search expanded to include the surrounding area, but no other evidence surfaced. A week into the investigation, Sarah sat in her office, the case files spread before her. She'd been over everything dozens of times. The Collins house had been thoroughly processed by forensics. No fingerprints except those belonging to the family and Ellie. No signs of struggle, just a cracked phone with 5 haunting words. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Emma Collins, the 6-year-old who had slept through that night, mentioned something to her mother 2 weeks after Ellie's disappearance. Emma said she remembers waking up that night, Mrs. Collins told Sarah over the phone, her voice tight with anxiety. She says she saw a man in a uniform coming out of our attic access in the hallway. She thought it was Daddy checking on something and went back to sleep. Sarah felt a chill run through her. "Did you check the attic?" "The police did a walkthrough that first night, but..." Mrs. Collins trailed off. Within the hour, Sarah was back at the Collins house with a forensic team. The attic access was a small hatch in the ceiling of the upstairs hallway, easily overlooked if you weren't specifically looking for it. It took some effort to open. The Collins family rarely used it. The beam of Sarah's flashlight cut through the darkness of the attic space. Insulation, old Christmas decorations, dust, and then in the far corner something that didn't belong, a small encampment, a sleeping bag, empty water bottles, food wrappers, and a utility worker's uniform neatly folded. Someone had been living in the attic. For how long, Sarah couldn't tell, but the implications were clear. Ellie hadn't been alone in the house that night. Further investigation revealed that the Collins home security system had been installed 6 months prior by a company called Safeguard Systems. One of their technicians, a man named Robert Mercer, no relation to Detective Mercer, had a history of stalking complaints that had never made it to court. He'd been fired 3 months ago, but had kept his uniform. The utility van Mrs. Whitaker saw wasn't a coincidence. It was Robert returning to a house he knew well, a house where he'd created a hiding place during the security system installation. Ellie's phone was re-examined. The crack in the screen wasn't from being dropped, it appeared to be from impact, as if someone had struck it from her hand. And the unsent message, she must have been typing it when she realized she wasn't alone. Robert Mercer was eventually located and arrested, but he refused to reveal what had happened to Ellie. The search continued, expanding to include wooded areas and waterways within a 50-mile radius. Her family held vigils. Her face appeared on missing person posters throughout the state. 3 months after her disappearance, hikers found a bracelet in Blackwater Creek State Park, 20 miles from the Collins home. It was identified as Ellie's, a gift from her mother on her 18th birthday. The area was searched extensively, but nothing else was found. To this day, the case of Ellie Summers remains officially unsolved. Robert Mercer was convicted of breaking and entering and is serving time in state prison, but without Ellie or her remains, prosecutors couldn't make a murder charge stick. Detective Sarah Mercer still keeps a copy of the case file on her desk. Sometimes, late at night, she finds herself staring at the photograph of Ellie's cracked phone, reading those 5 words over and over: "Who's in the house with me?" The answer came too late for Ellie, but for Sarah, it's a reminder that the most dangerous predators are often those hiding in plain sight, or perhaps just above our heads, in the spaces we never think to look. Story 8. She had lived in the apartment for months before she noticed something strange. Her mirror didn't reflect everything. The furniture, the walls, her dog, it all looked normal. But no matter how long she stared, her own reflection never appeared. The discovery came on a Tuesday morning in late October, when the autumn light filtered through half-drawn curtains in Emma Caldwell's modest one-bedroom apartment on Whispering Pine Lane. The building, constructed in the 1930s, stood on the quieter edge of Millfield, a town small enough to know your neighbors but large enough to disappear if you wanted to. Detective Sarah Larson rolled her pencil between her fingers, the soft scratching against her notepad creating a gentle rhythm in the otherwise silent precinct office. The case file on Emma Caldwell had remained open for 3 years, the pages now yellowed at the edges from countless reviews that led nowhere. The detective's eyes, tinged with exhaustion, scanned the photographs for the 100th time: the apartment with its faded wallpaper, the antique vanity mirror with its ornate frame, the dog bowl still half filled with kibble. "What happened to you, Emma?" Sarah whispered, her breath causing the edge of a photograph to flutter slightly. The first report had come from Emma's sister, Catherine, who had grown concerned after 3 days of unanswered calls. The building manager, Mr. Hernandez, had unlocked the apartment with visible reluctance, as if already sensing what they might find. But they didn't find anything, and that was precisely the problem. The apartment showed no signs of struggle, no indication of hasty packing. Emma's wallet sat on the kitchen counter, $37 inside. Her medication remained in the bathroom cabinet. Her car keys hung on the hook by the door. But Emma Caldwell was gone. The detective picked up the statement from Catherine, reading it again through the filter of time and growing uncertainty. Emma had been acting strangely for weeks, she had told them. She kept talking about the mirror, saying something was wrong with it. "I thought she was just stressed from work." Emma's job at the local library had been stable but unexciting, cataloging new acquisitions and managing the reference section. Her coworkers described her as reliable, pleasant, if somewhat reserved. No one had noticed anything unusual except for Meredith, the head librarian, who mentioned Emma had requested books on optical illusions and visual perception in the weeks before her disappearance. The detective's attention drifted to the statement from Emma's downstairs neighbor, Mrs. Grayson, an elderly woman with remarkably acute hearing. "I could hear her pacing at night," she had said, "walking back and forth, and sometimes talking, though I could never make out the words, but she was alone up there, always alone. Except for the dog, a small terrier mix named Oscar that had been found in the apartment, perfectly healthy, as if someone had been caring for him right up until the police arrived. The animal shelter had taken him in, and Catherine had eventually adopted him, unable to bear the thought of losing this last connection to her sister. Sarah closed the file and walked to the evidence room, signing out the box labeled Caldwell. Inside were the personal effects collected from the apartment, Emma's journal, her phone with its cracked screen, and a small envelope containing the note found on her kitchen table. The handwriting analysis had confirmed it was Emma's, though the message itself offered more questions than answers. I can't see myself anymore. I think I'm fading. If I disappear completely, please take care of Oscar. The detective removed the journal carefully, its pages dog-eared and filled with increasingly erratic entries. The earlier ones were mundane work schedules, grocery lists, occasional reflections on books she'd read, but starting in August, the entries changed. August 15, noticed something odd today. When I looked in the vanity mirror this morning, my reflection seemed delayed by a fraction of a second, probably just tired. August 23, the mirror is definitely strange. My reflection seems fainter somehow. The room reflects perfectly, but I look washed out, haven't been sleeping well. September 7, asked the building manager about the mirror. He says it's original to the building. Previous tenant left it behind, didn't want to move it. Says it's valuable, handcrafted in the 1880s. There's something about the way he avoids looking at it directly. September 18, my reflection is barely visible now. I can see through myself to the wall behind. Called Catherine, but couldn't bring myself to tell her. She'd think I'm crazy. Maybe I am. September 30, took a photo of myself standing in front of the mirror. In the picture, the mirror shows an empty room. No sign of me at all. I'm scared. October 3, I found something behind the mirror today. The frame is attached to the wall, but there's a space behind it. Letters, old newspaper clippings, women, other women who lived here. They're all gone now. October 5, last night I dreamt I was on the other side of the mirror. Everything was backwards. There were others there watching me. They had no faces. When I woke up, the mirror had moved slightly on the wall. October 9, I understand now. The mirror doesn't reflect, it takes. Slowly, bit by bit, I should leave, but I don't think I can anymore. I feel tethered to it somehow, like it's already claimed part of me. October 10, I can put my hand through the mirror now. The glass ripples like water. On the other side, it's cold, so cold. This was the final entry. Emma disappeared 2 days later. Sarah had explored every conventional explanation. Emma had no history of mental illness, though the journal suggested a deteriorating psychological state. Toxicology tests on a strand of hair found nothing unusual. The mirror itself had been examined thoroughly, a beautiful antique, certainly, but to all scientific measures, just a mirror. Yet 6 months into the investigation, something had happened that the detective had never included in the official report. Alone in the apartment, she had stood before the mirror, studying its gleaming surface in the dimming afternoon light. For the briefest moment, so brief she later convinced herself, she had imagined it, she thought she saw Emma standing behind her reflection, her face expressionless, her hand raised as if pressing against glass from the other side. The case remained officially open but practically cold. No body had ever been found, no bank activity, no sightings, no use of her social security number. Emma Caldwell had simply vanished. The detective returned the journal to the evidence box, her fingers lingering on its worn cover. Outside her window, the afternoon had faded into evening, street lights flickering on one by one. She caught her reflection in the darkened glass-tired eyes, graying hair at the temples that hadn't been there when the case began. As Sarah drove home that night, her mind returned to the mirror, still hanging in the sealed apartment on Whispering Pine Lane. The building owner had been unable to rent the unit since Emma's disappearance, not from lack of interest, but because every prospective tenant reported the same unsettling feeling upon entering, a heaviness, a sense of being watched. The detective had long ago exhausted all logical avenues of investigation. Yet occasionally she would still wake in the night with the same troubling thought. What if the answer had been there all along, hidden in plain sight? What if Emma's journal entries weren't delusions but documentation? What if the impossible was simply something they didn't yet understand? The apartment remained empty, gathering dust, the mirror still hanging on the wall. And sometimes, when the building was quiet and the light hit just right, the manager claimed he could see movement in that mirror, a shadow passing, a flicker of something that shouldn't be there. He never stayed long enough to look closer. The woman who wasn't in the mirror became something of a local legend in Millfield, a ghost story, a cautionary tale. But for Detective Sarah Larson, it remained something else entirely, a quiet obsession, a puzzle with a missing piece, and the unsettling feeling that someday the mirror might claim another. Story 9, she pressed the button for the lobby, watching as the numbers lit up. The elevator dinged, the doors sliding open. But the hallway outside wasn't part of the building. It was dark, endless, lined with doors that had no handles. Before she could react, the doors closed again and the elevator continued downward. The soft humming of fluorescent lights cast a pale blue glow over Detective Sarah Morgan's desk. Rain tapped against the window of the precinct office, creating a gentle rhythm that had been her companion for the past 3 hours. She carefully turned another page in the case file, the paper making that distinctive sound, not quite a crinkle, not quite a swish that only official documents seem to make. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, marking the passage of time in the nearly empty office. It had been 17 days since Eliza Thornton was reported missing. 17 days of following trails that faded to nothing, of scrutinizing security footage that revealed little, of interviews that left more questions than answers. The photograph clipped to the inside of the folder showed a woman with auburn hair and eyes that seemed to look directly at whoever held her image, 32 years old, a paralegal at Whitaker and Sons downtown, last seen leaving her office building on a Tuesday evening. Detective Morgan lifted her coffee mug to her lips, finding it empty for the 3rd time that night. The ceramic felt cool against her fingertips as she set it back down on the worn wooden surface of her desk. The case was turning cold, not frozen yet, but cooling with each passing day. She could feel it. "You're still here." The voice came from across the room, where Lieutenant Davis stood in the doorway, his silhouette outlined against the hallway light. He didn't phrase it as a question. "Something doesn't add up," Morgan replied, her voice hushed as if speaking too loudly might disturb the fragile connections she was trying to form between disparate pieces of evidence. The elevator footage shows her getting in on the 14th floor at 7:42 p.m. The camera in the lobby never shows her coming out. Davis moved closer, the floorboards creaking softly beneath his weight. Building has 16 floors, 15 cameras, all accounted for except the one in the parking garage level that's been out of service since August. Morgan nodded slowly, running her finger down a printed timeline. But her car was still in the lot the next morning, and there's no footage of her leaving through any exit. It's as if she vanished between floors, Davis finished, the words hanging in the air between them. The rain outside intensified slightly, drumming against the glass with more urgency. Morgan reached for the building schematic spread across her desk. The Harmon Building, 12 years old, recently renovated, housing primarily law firms and financial consultants. Standard layout with a central bank of 3 elevators servicing all floors, except for the service elevator in the back, which connected only to certain floors. "What about maintenance access?" Morgan asked, more to herself than to Davis. "Elevator shafts, utility corridors between floors." Davis lowered himself into the chair across from her desk, the aged leather sighing under his weight. "Building manager says those areas are locked, accessible only to maintenance personnel with key cards. Logs show no access on the night she disappeared." Morgan's fingers traced the path from the 14th floor down to the lobby on the building schematic. Something was tugging at the edges of her consciousness, a detail noticed but not yet processed. She closed her eyes, feeling the weight of fatigue pressing down on her eyelids. "The call button," she said suddenly, opening her eyes. When we reviewed the elevator footage, she pressed the button for the lobby, but there was a momentary power fluctuation. The lights in the elevator dimmed for just a second. Davis leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Power company records." "No reported outages in that area," Morgan replied, flipping to another section of the file. "But the building manager mentioned they'd been having issues with the electrical system after the renovation. Random fluctuations, nothing major enough to report." She pulled up the digital footage on her computer, the screen casting a bluish glow across her face as she scrubbed through the video frame by frame. Eliza Thornton entering the elevator, pressing the button, waiting. The momentary dimming of lights around the 7:43 mark, the elevator continuing its descent. "Wait," Morgan murmured, her finger hovering over the screen. "Look at the floor indicator." Davis moved around to her side of the desk, bending slightly to see the screen. The indicator showed the elevator passing floor 12, then 11, then B3. Not lobby, not 10, not 9, but B3. B3, Davis frowned. The building only has 2 basement levels according to the plans. Morgan felt a chill that had nothing to do with the office air conditioning. "We need to go back to the building tonight." The Harmon Building stood dark against the night sky, most of its windows unlit save for the security lights in the lobby. The rain had eased to a misty drizzle that clung to their coats as Morgan and Davis approached the front entrance, their badges gaining them access from the night security guard, a different one from the previous visits, she noted. "We need to see the elevator control room," Morgan told him, her voice calm but authoritative. The guard Rodriguez, according to his nameplate, hesitated. "That's in the 2nd basement level. I don't have the key for that section. Only building maintenance does." "Call them," Davis said simply. While they waited, Morgan wandered the quiet lobby, her footsteps echoing on the marble floor. The elevators stood silent, their polished doors reflecting the dim lighting. Something about them seemed different tonight. Perhaps it was just knowing what she was looking for now. 20 minutes later, a sleepy-eyed maintenance manager named Trent arrived, keys jangling at his belt. He led them to a service elevator at the back of the building, inserting a key before pressing the button marked B2. The control systems for all the elevators are down here, he explained as they descended. Though I'm not sure what you expect to find, we maintain these systems regularly. When was the last inspection? Morgan asked, watching the numbers change as they descended. Full inspection was about 3 months ago, after the renovation work was completed. Everything passed code. The doors opened to reveal a utilitarian corridor, painted concrete walls lined with pipes and electrical conduits. The air was cooler here, with an underlying mustiness that spoke of infrequent visits. Their footsteps echoed differently in this enclosed space, each sound bouncing back at them from the hard surfaces. Trent led them to a room at the end of the corridor, unlocking a heavy metal door labeled Elevator Control. Inside, banks of equipment hummed quietly, status lights blinking in various rhythms. A desk in the corner held a monitor displaying the real-time locations of each elevator car. This system logs all elevator movements, Trent explained, sitting down at the computer. We can see exactly where each car went when it stopped, how long the doors were open, standard stuff. Morgan lined in as he pulled up the logs for the date of Eliza's disappearance, scanning for elevator car 2, the one she had entered. Here, she pointed, 7:42 p.m., 14th floor pickup. Then it shows a descent to, wait, that can't be right. The log showed the elevator descending past the lobby, past B1, past B2, stopping briefly at a level marked simply as B3, before returning to the lobby at 7:47 p.m. Trent frowned at the screen. That's got to be a system error. There is no B3. Davis and Morgan exchanged glances. We need to see the building's original plans, Davis said. Not just the renovation plans, but the original construction blueprints. Trent shook his head. Those would be in the city archives. I only have the current plans. Morgan's attention had shifted to a section of the wall behind them, where a faded outline suggested a door that had been sealed over, painted to match the surrounding wall. What's behind there? Trent turned, squinting at the wall. I don't know. I've only been working here since after the renovation. That wall's always been like that as far as I know. Morgan approached the wall, running her fingers along the almost imperceptible seam. We need tools, a pry bar, something to open this. Reluctantly, Trent went to fetch tools from his maintenance room. While he was gone, Davis examined the elevator logs more closely. The power fluctuation, he noted. It corresponds exactly with when the elevator allegedly went to this B3 level. Morgan nodded, still tracing the outline on the wall. What if it's not a computer error? What if there really is a third basement level that was sealed off during the renovation? When Trent returned with a toolbox, Morgan took a pry bar and carefully worked it into the seam where the door frame would have been. The painted-over door resisted at first, then gave way with a groan of protesting metal. Stale air rushed out as the sealed door swung inward, revealing darkness beyond. Trent stood back, clearly uncomfortable. I should call the building owner about this. Later, Morgan said, already shining her flashlight into the darkness. The beam illuminated a narrow corridor extending forward, dust motes dancing in the light. Right now, I need to see where this goes. The corridor sloped gently downward, the concrete walls giving way to older brick construction. The air grew cooler, a damp chill that seemed to seep through their clothing. Their footsteps echoed differently here, the sound somehow both muffled and amplified by the enclosed space. "This looks like it predates the current building," Davis observed, running his hand along the brick wall. "The Harmon building was constructed in 2012, right? This section looks much older." After about 30 feet, the corridor opened into a larger space. Morgan's flashlight beam swept across what appeared to be an abandoned storage area, filled with old furniture covered in dust sheets and stacked boxes yellowed with age. "What is this place?" Trent whispered, his earlier reluctance now mixed with undisguised curiosity. Morgan moved her light systematically across the room, stopping when it illuminated a desk in the corner. Unlike the other furniture, this desk showed signs of recent use, the dust disturbed, a chair pulled out at an angle. On the desktop sat an open notebook, a pen laid diagonally across the page, as if the writer had stepped away momentarily, intending to return. Morgan approached slowly, Davis following close behind. The handwriting in the notebook was neat, precise. The last entry was dated 17 days ago, the day Eliza Thornton disappeared. "Found another one today. The elevator stopped again. B3. Always B3. I need to understand what's happening here before anyone else disappears." She knew, Morgan breathed, a chill running down her spine that had nothing to do with the basement's temperature. She knew something was wrong with the elevator. Davis was already calling for backup, his voice echoing strangely in the forgotten space. Morgan continued examining the notebook, turning pages filled with dates, times, observations about elevator malfunctions stretching back months. In the corner of the room, partially hidden behind a stack of old filing cabinets, Morgan's flashlight caught a gleam of metal. Moving closer, she discovered a door newer than its surroundings, with a modern electronic lock currently displaying a green light. "Davis," she called softly, never taking her eyes from the door. "I think I found where the elevator goes when it stops at B3. The door opened easily under her touch, revealing a small, clinically white room beyond. It was empty except for a single chair in the center and what appeared to be a control panel on the far wall. The room hummed with electricity, the air noticeably different, processed, recycled. On the control panel, a single button glowed red. Above it, a small plaque read simply, "Return." The case of Eliza Thornton remains officially unsolved. The mysterious third basement level was thoroughly searched, but no trace of her was ever found. The building's original blueprints, when located in city archives, showed no indication of a B3 level. The space simply didn't exist on any official document. The elevator system was completely replaced following the discovery, the sealed corridor professionally closed and reinforced. The building's owners claimed no knowledge of the hidden level, suggesting it might have been an unauthorized addition during previous renovations. Sometimes Detective Morgan returns to the Harmon building late at night. She rides the elevator up and down, watching the numbers change on the digital display. She never presses any buttons herself, just stands and watches, waiting. Because sometimes, in the quiet hours when the building sleeps, the lights still flicker momentarily. And in that brief instant of darkness, the display sometimes shows different numbers that shouldn't exist. She wonders if somewhere in a place between floors, Eliza Thornton is still pressing buttons, still trying to find her way back to the lobby, still hoping the elevator doors will open to reveal the world she left behind instead of the endless dark hallway with doorless walls that stretches before her now. And sometimes, when the elevator doors open to the lobby and Detective Morgan steps out, she can't help but glance back, wondering if she's really returning to the same world she left when she entered. Story 10. At first, it was just a flicker, a glitch in the baby monitor's feed. The mother dismissed it as interference, but then the audio crackled and a voice whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." Her blood turned to ice. She ran to her son's room, heart pounding, but the crib was empty. The window was closed, the door still locked. The only thing out of place was the stuffed rabbit on the floor, its glassy black eyes staring up at her. Rebecca would later tell investigators she screamed until her throat burned raw. The neighbors heard her cries and called emergency services. When authorities arrived, they found her clutching the stuffed rabbit, rocking back and forth on the nursery floor. The 4-month-old infant, Samuel, had vanished without a trace. The initial investigation yielded few leads. No signs of forced entry were discovered. The security system remained armed throughout the night. The recorded baby monitor footage showed nothing unusual until that mysterious voice and static. Investigators were baffled. How could an intruder enter a locked home, take a child, and leave without disturbing anything except a stuffed animal? Rebecca became the primary suspect. Her husband, Daniel, had been away on business. Their marriage had been strained since Samuel's birth. Medical records revealed Rebecca had sought help for postpartum depression. A detective noted her calm demeanor during questioning, describing it as unnervingly composed for a mother whose child had just disappeared. The community whispered behind closed doors. Then came the first breakthrough. The forensic team discovered microscopic fibers on the nursery windowsill that matched neither the household fabrics nor the family's clothing. These fibers belonged to a rare type of climbing rope, suggesting a skilled intruder might have accessed the second-floor nursery from outside. The investigation shifted. Security footage from neighboring homes revealed a dark figure moving between shadows during the night in question. A partial footprint in the garden's soil matched a specialized boot used by military personnel and experienced climbers. Rebecca was no longer the focus. Daniel returned from his business trip distraught and confused. During his interview, investigators noticed unusual calluses on his hands. When questioned, he mentioned rock climbing as a hobby he had recently taken up to manage stress. The detectives exchanged glances. Financial records revealed a troubling picture. Daniel had recently taken out a substantial life insurance policy on Samuel. Phone records showed multiple calls to an unknown number that ceased the day before the abduction. The case took a darker turn when investigators discovered Daniel had a second family in another community, a fact unknown to Rebecca. As the investigation deepened, the baby monitor became the central piece of evidence. Digital forensics revealed the device had been hacked. The signal had been intercepted and manipulated. The voice that whispered to go back to sleep wasn't coming from inside the nursery. It had been remotely broadcast to the receiver Rebecca kept by her bedside. The tracking of the digital intrusion led investigators to a residential basement where they made a shocking discovery. Samuel was found alive, being cared for by a woman named Elaine. She surrendered without resistance, her eyes vacant as she was handcuffed and led away. The connection emerged through old photographs and DNA testing. Elaine was Daniel's first wife who had suffered a miscarriage years earlier. Their marriage had dissolved after that tragedy, but Elaine had never recovered from the loss. She had been monitoring Daniel's life through social media, watching as he built a new family with Rebecca. Daniel denied any involvement, but digital evidence told a different story. His climbing equipment contained fibers matching those found on the windowsill. His specialized boots matched the partial print in the garden. Most damning of all, encrypted messages between Daniel and Elaine detailed their plan. He would provide access to the home security system. She would take the child they both claimed was rightfully hers, and the insurance money would support their new life together. During the trial, the courtroom fell silent as the prosecution played the enhanced audio from the baby monitor. Beyond the whispered words that had chilled Rebecca that night, forensic audio specialists had isolated another sound in the background: Daniel's distinctive cough, placing him at the scene during the abduction he claimed to know nothing about. The jury deliberated for less than 5 hours. Daniel and Elaine received maximum sentences for kidnapping, conspiracy, and endangering a child. Rebecca and Samuel relocated to rebuild their lives away from the painful memories. The case transformed how investigators approach modern abductions. Baby monitors across the country were examined for security vulnerabilities. Parents implemented additional safeguards in nurseries. Security experts warned of the increasing sophistication of crimes that leverage technology against the most vulnerable victims. Samuel would grow up never remembering the night he disappeared. Rebecca kept the stuffed rabbit locked away in a box in her closet. She couldn't bring herself to discard it, nor could she look at those glassy black eyes that had witnessed what truly happened when the baby monitor carried that whispered voice through the darkness. The monitor never lied. It had captured the truth, just not in the way anyone expected. Story 11. They found it in the attic, hidden beneath a tattered blanket, a porcelain doll, delicate and old, its painted blue eyes wide and unblinking. Neither of them had ever seen it before. They laughed it off, just another forgotten antique. But that night, as they settled into bed, something felt off. The air was heavier, the silence stretched, and in the morning the doll wasn't in the attic anymore. It was sitting at the foot of their bed. The young couple, Sarah and Michael, had purchased the Victorian house at auction, enchanted by its ornate woodwork and mysterious charm despite rumors about its troubled past. They were drawn to the history embedded in its walls, not knowing they would soon become part of it. Detective Rachel Winters received the call on a crisp autumn morning. The female victim had been found in the master bedroom, her body arranged in an unnatural pose, arms and legs bent at precise angles. Her eyes were open wide, a look of terror frozen on her face. The male victim was discovered in the hallway as if he had been trying to escape. The scene was immaculate, no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle beyond the final moments. The positioning is deliberate, Detective Winters noted, speaking quietly into her recorder as crime scene photographers captured every detail. The female victim appears posed like a doll removed from a display case. The investigation began with thorough interviews of neighbors. One elderly woman recalled seeing a shadow moving behind an upstairs window when the couple should have been at work. Another mentioned hearing what sounded like a child's laughter coming from the empty house during the night. Each account added another layer of unease to the growing case file. The forensic team uncovered microscopic fibers throughout the house, vintage cotton and silk, consistent with materials used in antique doll clothing. Most concentrated around the victims' bodies and the attic space. More disturbing was what they didn't find. No fingerprints besides the victims, no DNA from any intruder, no footprints in the dust that shouldn't have been there. It's as if whoever did this was never physically present. The the lead forensic analyst remarked. The investigation turned to the history of the property. Records revealed a pattern: 3 previous owners over 6 decades had died under mysterious circumstances. Each case remained unsolved, with files noting strange inconsistencies. One family reported finding antique toys in rooms they had just cleaned. Another documented hearing footsteps when no one else was home. Detective Winters discovered a newspaper clipping from decades earlier. A renowned doll maker had once lived in the house with his daughter. The child had died under suspicious circumstances, and the father was questioned but never charged. Before taking his own life, he had completed one final doll said to be a perfect replica of his daughter. The inventory list from when Sarah and Michael purchased the house mentioned no such doll. As Detective Winters dug deeper, she found a pattern connecting all victims. Each had made modifications to the house, specifically to the attic space. Sarah and Michael had begun renovations the week before their deaths, planning to convert the attic into a home office. The breakthrough came when examining old photographs found in a hidden compartment beneath the attic floorboards. Black and white images showed the dollmaker with his collection, but one doll stood out identical to the one described in initial police reports, the one found by Sarah and Michael. In the images, the doll appeared in different positions, sometimes seeming to move between photographs taken moments apart. Infrared scans of the walls revealed something chilling: tiny handprints, invisible to the naked eye, trailing from the attic to the master bedroom, along with a strange residue that analysis identified as porcelain dust mixed with organic material that couldn't be classified. The case took an unexpected turn when Detective Winters interviewed a distant relative of the dollmaker. The woman shared family rumors about the dollmaker using unorthodox materials and techniques, supposedly incorporating human elements into his most prized creations to give them life. She spoke of rituals performed to bind spirits to objects, knowledge the dollmaker had acquired during travels abroad. The most perfect dolls, she whispered, were never meant to be just toys. The investigation stalled after that revelation. No suspects could be identified. No conventional explanation fit the evidence. The case remained active but grew cold. Detective Winters requested to keep the doll as evidence, securing it in a locked cabinet at the station. The morning after, officers found her office door ajar, the cabinet empty. The detective herself was discovered seated at her desk, unharmed but disoriented, with no memory of the night before. The security cameras showed nothing but static during the hours in question. The house was sold again at auction, its troubled history driving the price down despite its architectural value. The new owners found the attic empty, except for a tattered blanket folded neatly in the corner. The doll was never recovered, and the deaths of Sarah and Michael joined the list of unsolved cases that would occasionally be referenced in hushed tones around the detective department. Some claimed to have glimpsed it in evidence storage, though inventory checks never confirmed its presence. Detective Winters retired early, citing personal reasons. On her last day, she removed a single item from her personal files, a photograph of the dollmaker with his collection. She sealed it in an envelope marked "Never Open" and locked it away. The new owners reported no disturbances, having decided to leave the attic untouched. But sometimes, on quiet nights, neighbors would report seeing a small shadow moving behind the attic window and hearing what sounded like the gentle laughter of a child. Story 12. The realtor's listing mentioned no basement. The blueprints showed no record of it. And yet when the family pulled up the old carpet, they found a door hidden underneath. A heavy, rusted handle. It took 3 of them to pry it open. Stale air rushed up to greet them, thick with the scent of damp earth. Steps led downward into darkness. They expected storage. Instead, they found a chair, a single light bulb swaying above it, and on the wall behind, a row of photographs of them. Pictures taken from inside their own home. The Mercer family had moved into the suburban property during winter, when darkness fell early and the neighborhood trees stood bare against the cold sky. The 2-story structure with its faded siding and creaking floors had character, they'd told themselves, character and history. What they hadn't anticipated was exactly how much history the house contained, or how violently it would intersect with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property with her partner, the crime scene unit already securing the perimeter with yellow tape that fluttered in the wind. The call had come in from Mrs. Mercer, her voice trembling as she described what they'd found beneath their living room floor. "We need to document everything before anyone else goes down there," Connors instructed, pulling latex gloves over her hands with practiced precision. The camera flashes illuminated the stairwell in bursts as the forensic team captured the scene. The wooden steps groaned under their weight. The basement itself was small, roughly the size of a standard bedroom, with concrete walls painted a flat gray. The single chair sat bolted to the floor in the center of the space. Above it, the bare bulb cast harsh shadows across the room, spinning slowly from an invisible draft. But it was the wall of photographs that commanded attention, 37 images in total, meticulously arranged in chronological order. These date back nearly 4 weeks, Connor's partner noted, examining the timestamps written on the backs of the prints. "Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer asleep on the couch, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the kids in their bedrooms." The investigation revealed no signs of forced entry, no broken windows or picked locks. The security system had never triggered. Nothing had been stolen. Only privacy had been taken, along with any sense of safety the family might have felt. Forensics found multiple fingerprints throughout the basement space, most belonging to previous owners of the property. Records showed the house had changed hands 6 times in the past decade, each family staying less than a year before selling at increasingly lower prices. None had mentioned discovering a basement. "We need to talk to every previous owner," Connors directed, flipping through her notepad. The case grew more disturbing as they traced the history backward. The property records showed inconsistencies, blueprints altered between sales, permits filed then withdrawn, inspection reports with entire sections redacted. The breakthrough came when they interviewed the contractor who had renovated the house 7 years prior. His face drained of color when shown photos of the basement. "That room doesn't exist," he insisted, his hands trembling. "I gutted that place down to the foundation. There was no basement, no door, nothing under the living room except dirt and concrete." Digital forensics extracted data from the memory card found hidden inside the light fixture. Hundreds more images populated their evidence boards, not just of the Mercers, but of previous families. Children sleeping, parents arguing, intimate moments, mundane routines, all captured by someone who should not have been there. The case took an even darker turn when audio files were recovered from a weatherproof box buried in the corner of the basement. Voice recordings of conversations held in the master bedroom, the kitchen, the living room. The sound quality suggested sophisticated microphones hidden throughout the house, though none had been found during the initial search. "We need to tear out every wall," Connors ordered, her voice tight with urgency. "Check inside the air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. Whoever did this has been watching these families for years." Behind the wall of photographs, investigators discovered a narrow passage leading to a small monitoring station. A desk, a chair, a laptop connected to a series of wireless cameras, and a journal, its pages filled with meticulous observations about each family that had lived in the house, their habits, their schedules, their arguments, their vulnerabilities. The handwriting matched samples from the property's original builder, a man named Edward Kelvin. Records indicated he had died during construction of the house, a detail that became increasingly suspect as the investigation progressed. No death certificate had ever been filed, no funeral arrangements made. Edward Kelvin had simply vanished from public records. The final entries in the journal became increasingly erratic. Phrases like "they never look down" and "they never see me" appeared repeatedly. The last page contained a single sentence: "The next family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint analysis confirmed what detectives had begun to suspect: Edward Kelvin had never left the house he built. He had simply retreated into its hidden spaces, creating a labyrinth of observation points from which he could watch the families who believed they lived alone. The manhunt lasted 3 days. They found him curled inside a crawlspace between the second-floor bedrooms, his body thin and wiry, adapted to moving through the narrow passages he had built within the walls. His eyes blinked against the flashlight beams, unaccustomed to direct light. During questioning, Kelvin spoke of the families as if they were characters in his private theater. He described watching them with the clinical detachment of a scientist observing specimens. He had never touched them, never stolen from them, never directly interfered with their lives. He had only watched, recorded, documented. "They invited me in," he told investigators, his voice soft and reasonable. "They signed the papers, they became mine." The psychological evaluation determined Kelvin suffered from severe delusions, believing himself to be a guardian of the house rather than an intruder. The families were merely temporary guests in what he considered his permanent home. The Mercer family never returned to the property. Like those before them, they abandoned their belongings, taking only what they could carry in suitcases. The house remained empty as the case moved through the criminal justice system. The trial revealed the true extent of Kelvin's surveillance network: hidden rooms accessible only through crawl spaces, observation points built into the structure itself, all meticulously planned before the first brick was laid. The house had been designed from the beginning as a viewing apparatus, its residents unknowing participants in Kelvin's obsessive documentation. When the jury delivered their verdict, Kelvin showed no reaction. He had already retreated into the architecture of his mind, where he could still move unseen through the passages of the house that existed now only in memory. The property was eventually demolished, the ground beneath it excavated and filled. But for the families who had lived there, the violation continued. They remained haunted not by what had been taken from them, but by what they had never known was their watching, listening, recording their most private moments from within walls they had trusted to keep them safe. Sometimes in quiet moments they found themselves glancing up at air vents, light fixtures, the corners where walls met ceilings, wondering if they were truly alone now, wondering if they ever had been. Story 13. She wiped the steam off the mirror, staring at her own reflection, but something was off. Her face looked right, her clothes the same. Yet the longer she stared, the more the unease grew. A flicker in the corner of her eye, a movement that wasn't hers. Then, as she turned away, the reflection stayed still watching. The case of Rebecca Thorne began with that unsettling moment in her bathroom. What followed would confound investigators and haunt a community for years to come. Rebecca lived alone in a modest apartment in a quiet suburban neighborhood. Friends described her as methodical, reserved, a woman who kept to herself but remained cordial with neighbors. She worked as a data analyst for a mid-sized company, her life defined by routine and precision. Nothing about her suggested she would become the center of one of the most perplexing criminal investigations of the decade. The first incident seemed innocuous. Rebecca noticed small objects in her apartment had been moved, nothing missing, just rearranged. A coffee mug placed on a different shelf, books reorganized, her toothbrush on the wrong side of the sink. She dismissed these oddities as moments of absent-mindedness, the natural result of working long hours under fluorescent lights, staring at spreadsheets until her vision blurred. Detective Marion Shaw received the first report when Rebecca, after weeks of these disturbances, finally contacted authorities. The initial assessment, nothing criminal, perhaps a case for mental health services rather than law enforcement. Shaw documented the complaint but filed it away among the stack of non-priority cases. There was nothing tangible, Shaw would later testify. No broken locks, no missing items, no signs of forced entry, just a woman who felt something was wrong in her home. The bathroom mirror incident changed everything. Rebecca described it in vivid detail during her second contact with police, how her reflection seemed to move independently, how she felt watched even when alone. This time she had evidence, a security camera she had installed herself, pointed at her front door. The footage revealed something that sent a chill through even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video showed Rebecca leaving for work in the morning. Then, 20 minutes later, someone who looked exactly like Rebecca used a key to enter the apartment. Forensic analysts examined the footage for signs of tampering or digital manipulation. They found none. The person entering the apartment moved like Rebecca, dressed like Rebecca, even carried the same distinctive leather bag Rebecca owned. But according to time-stamped footage from her workplace security system, Rebecca had already badged into her office building across town. "We're dealing with a doppelganger situation," Detective Shaw told her superior. "Someone who has studied Ms. Thorne extensively and can mimic her with uncanny precision." The investigation intensified. Fingerprints throughout the apartment matched only Rebecca. No foreign DNA was discovered. Neighbors reported seeing nothing unusual, just Rebecca coming and going as she always did. One neighbor, Mrs. Keller, mentioned she had greeted Rebecca returning home one evening and received no response, which she found uncharacteristic but not alarming. Rebecca began keeping a journal of disturbances. Small changes in her apartment multiplied. Food she didn't remember eating disappeared from her refrigerator. Her computer showed searches she hadn't conducted. Most disturbing, she found photographs on her own phone, selfies that looked like her but that she had no memory of taking. In some, her expression seemed subtly wrong, the smile too wide or the eyes too intense. "I feel like I'm going insane," she told Detective Shaw during their third meeting. "Or someone wants me to think I am." The breakthrough came when investigators discovered a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only entered when Rebecca left for specific appointments, therapy sessions, yoga classes, grocery shopping on Sunday mornings, activities scheduled in advance with predictable durations. "Someone knows your routine intimately," Shaw explained. "This isn't random, this is targeted surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist suggested they were dealing with a fixation case, someone obsessed with becoming Rebecca, living her life, perhaps eventually replacing her completely. Such cases were rare but documented in psychological literature. The perpetrator typically had suffered a psychological break and fixed on a victim who represented something they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The investigation narrowed when Rebecca mentioned a former colleague, Lily Winters, who had been dismissed after exhibiting increasingly erratic behavior. Lily had worked closely with Rebecca, often commenting on similarities between them. After her termination, she had sent Rebecca a series of disturbing emails. "We could be the same person," one read. "Sometimes I feel more like you than you do." Detective Shaw obtained a warrant to search Lily's residence. What they discovered transformed the case from disturbing to horrifying. One room in Lily's apartment had been converted into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. Photographs covered the walls, hundreds of images of Rebecca entering her apartment, shopping, meeting friends, all taken without her knowledge. A closet contained exact duplicates of Rebecca's wardrobe. Makeup matching Rebecca's preferred brands sat on a vanity, alongside detailed notes about her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily habits. Most damning were the practice videos. Lily had recorded herself mimicking Rebecca's walk, her gestures, her expressions. The progression was evident: early attempts clumsy and obvious, later ones nearly indistinguishable from the real Rebecca. "She wanted to become me," Rebecca whispered when shown the evidence. "She wasn't just copying me, she was erasing me." Forensic technicians discovered sophisticated equipment for creating copies of keys and duplicating electronic access cards. Lily had maintained an elaborate system for tracking Rebecca's movements, including a calendar with detailed predictions of her schedule. What investigators couldn't determine was Lily's ultimate goal. Journals found in her apartment contained rambling entries that shifted between first and third person, sometimes referring to Rebecca as me and her in the same paragraph. The final entry chilled investigators. "Soon there will be only one of us. The stronger version will remain." When authorities moved to arrest Lily, she had vanished. Her apartment showed signs of hasty departure: drawers left open, some technology missing. A nationwide alert was issued. Rebecca entered protective custody, relocated to a secure location with continuous surveillance. For 3 weeks, authorities monitored every location associated with her prior life. Lily never appeared. The case took its final, disturbing turn when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported something unusual. Rebecca had been seen entering the building despite being on leave. Security footage confirmed it. Someone who looked exactly like Rebecca had accessed the building using a valid ID card, proceeded to her former desk, and spent 40 minutes going through her files before leaving. Rebecca, still under protection at a guarded safe house, couldn't have been at the office. The implications became clear. Lily hadn't fled, she had made her move. She was now living as Rebecca, stepping into her life while the real Rebecca remained in hiding. The case remains officially open. Lily Winters has never been apprehended. Rebecca Thorne never returned to her former life, instead creating a new identity in an undisclosed location. Detective Shaw keeps a photograph on her desk, two women who look remarkably similar. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other is Lily Winters. Sometimes she studies their faces, looking for the differences, the tells that would distinguish one from the other. The truly terrifying part, Shaw often tells new detectives on the force, isn't that someone could look like you or sound like you. It's that they could want to become you so badly that they erase themselves in the process. Identity isn't just what we show the world, it's what we guard most carefully. And sometimes we don't realize its value until someone tries to steal it. Story 14. The Polaroid was decades old, a snapshot of a birthday long forgot, smiling faces, candles flickering, nothing unusual. But when the daughter inherited the box of old photos, she saw it, a shape in the background behind the group, a man half hidden in shadow standing just outside the glow of the candles. He wasn't part of the family. No one remembered him being there, yet in every photo he was closer. Sarah Winters found the collection while cleaning out her mother's attic after the funeral. A cardboard box labeled simply "Memories" contained dozens of faded photographs chronicling family gatherings from her childhood. The discovery should have been comforting, a treasure trove of happier moments. Instead, it became the starting point of a nightmare. In the first photo, he was barely perceptible, a silhouette at the edge of the frame during her 7th birthday party. The dark figure stood near the sliding glass door, face obscured, watching. In the second photo, taken minutes later, he had moved inside. By the third, he stood behind her uncle. No one in the photos seemed aware of his presence. Sarah called her father, voice trembling as she described the discovery. "Dad, who is this man in the background of all these pictures?" Silence greeted her question, then a sharp intake of breath. "What man? There shouldn't be anyone but family." She took digital photos of the Polaroids and sent them to her father. He called back immediately, his voice uncharacteristically shaken. "That's not possible. We would have noticed a stranger." Detective Marcus Reed listened patiently as Sarah spread the photographs across his desk at the precinct. Rain tapped against the windows, casting shifting shadows across the evidence. The detective's weathered hands moved methodically from one photo to the next, eyes narrowing. "And no one recognized this individual?" he asked, voice neutral but interested. "No one," Sarah confirmed, "but look at the progression." She arranged the photos in sequence. The detective leaned forward, the metal chair creaking beneath his weight. What had initially seemed like paranoia suddenly took shape before his eyes. The figure moved deliberately through the party, photo by photo, inching closer to the children. In the final image, he stood directly behind Sarah's childhood self, one pale hand reaching toward her shoulder, just beyond the frame. "The photographer," Reed suggested, but his tone betrayed doubt. "My mother took all these." She set the timer and ran into the frame. The detective made copies and opened a case file. Within days, he had contacted everyone still alive who had attended the party. No one remembered the man, no servers had been hired, no neighbors had visited. The property had been remote, a countryside rental specifically chosen for privacy. Facial recognition software proved useless. The figure remained strategically obscured in each shot, as if aware of the camera's eye. Yet something about his posture seemed practiced, deliberate. The investigation might have stalled there had Sarah not discovered more photos in other family albums. Different gatherings, different years, same figure, always in the background, always unnoticed in the moment. A computer specialist enhanced the images, cleaning decades of degradation. Under harsh digital light, details emerged: a scar across the wrist, a distinctive ring, a partial reflection in a window showing facial features previously hidden in shadow. The breakthrough came from dental records. The teeth visible in one enhanced image matched those of Robert Keller, a maintenance worker who had disappeared after being questioned in connection with 3 child abductions across the region. Cases that had gone cold decades ago, cases that had occurred within weeks of the gatherings documented in the photos. Records showed Keller had worked for the company that cleaned the vacation property where Sarah's birthday was held. He had master keys to several rental properties throughout the area, properties where other families had gathered, properties where children had later vanished. When authorities searched the foundations of Keller's former residence, they discovered small items buried beneath the concrete. A hair clip matching the description of one worn by a missing girl. A toy car belonging to a boy who disappeared after a family reunion. A bracelet that Sarah recognized as her own one she thought had been lost during her childhood. Sarah sat alone in her apartment, surrounded by the photos that had unraveled decades of carefully concealed horrors. The detective had called earlier with news that they had identified remains found near one of the vacation properties. DNA confirmed it was one of the missing children. She stared at the final birthday photo. The candles cast a warm glow on the faces of her family, frozen in celebration. Behind her younger self, partially concealed by shadow but unmistakably present, the figure watched, patient, calculating, invisible to everyone in that moment of joy. The revelation had connected unsolved cases across decades. Families finally had answers, though not the ones they had prayed for. The shadow in the family photos had stepped into the light of justice, his presence finally acknowledged after years of hiding in plain sight. Sarah gathered the photos and placed them back in the box. They were evidence now. Proof that sometimes the most dangerous threats are those captured on film, but unseen by the eye-hidden figures who move through celebrations undetected, leaving only the faintest trace of their passage through frozen moments of time. Story 15. The costume shop was closing down, selling off old inventory. A woman picked up a mask from a dusty shelf, its features delicate but unsettlingly lifelike. The cashier hesitated when she placed it on the counter. "That's not ours," he muttered. Confused, she checked the tag. There wasn't one. Shrugging, she took it home. That night she woke up to a soft sound, a whisper of fabric shifting. The mask was no longer on the dresser where she had left it. It was sitting on her nightstand, facing her. The woman, Catherine Reed, was found by her neighbor. The front door stood ajar, morning light spilling across the threshold into the otherwise dark home. The neighbor had come to return a borrowed book, but instead discovered a scene that would haunt investigators for years. Catherine lay motionless on her bedroom floor, the mask nowhere to be found. Detective Morgan arrived as forensics photographed the scene. The shutters clicked rhythmically against the backdrop of hushed voices. No signs of forced entry, an officer noted, writing in his notepad. The detective nodded, gaze traveling across the room, taking in details others might miss. A single drawer partially open, a water glass on the nightstand, lipstick on the rim. Everything seemed ordinary except for the woman who would never wake again. The medical examiner bent over the body, face grave. Cause of death unclear at first inspection. No visible wounds, no signs of struggle. He pointed to her face. Noticed the expression terror frozen in her features. The detective crouched for a closer look. Something scared her to death, she whispered. Catherine had lived a quiet life as an art appraiser. Colleagues described her as meticulous, passionate about authenticity. She could spot a forgery from across the room, her boss said during questioning. She had an eye for details that weren't right. The detective wondered if that talent had somehow led to her demise. Security footage from the costume shop revealed something odd. The cashier seemed genuinely confused by the mask. He called the owner over, who shook his head firmly. The audio was poor, but lip-reading experts later confirmed his words. We never carried anything like this. The detective visited the shop, now emptied of merchandise. The owner wrung his hands nervously. That mask appeared during our clearance sale. Nobody knows where it came from. It wasn't in our inventory. When pressed further, he admitted, things like this happened occasionally after we acquired items from the estate sale of a collector who died under strange circumstances. A breakthrough came when forensics discovered microscopic fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips. She was clutching at something, the lab technician explained. These fibers are unusual, not modern synthetic material. They appear to be a mix of human hair and an unidentified organic substance we can't match to any database. The investigation led to records of similar deaths spanning back decades. Each victim had acquired an unusual mask shortly before their death. Each was found with an expression of pure terror. Each case remained unsolved. A retired detective who had worked on one such case agreed to meet. They sat in a dimly lit room, his hands trembling slightly as he pushed a yellowed file across the table. We found something written inside each mask, behind the interior lining, he said. Ancient symbols. A scholar we consulted believed they were tied to a ritual involving soul transference. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A journal was discovered hidden in Catherine's apartment behind a loose baseboard. Her final entry described feeling watched, sensing a presence in her home. She wrote about researching the mask's origins after the cashier's strange reaction. Her investigation had led her to connect it with a series of mysterious deaths. The mask moves, she had written in increasingly frantic handwriting. It watches me when I sleep. I found markings inside it, symbols matching those from unsolved cases. The collector who owned these masks died the same way. Each mask claims a life before moving on. The entity needs a new host when the mask finds its way to someone who recognizes what it truly is. The detective assembled the evidence, the strange fibers, Catherine's research, the pattern of similar deaths. The medical examiner finally determined the cause of death, cardiac arrest brought on by extreme fear. What could terrify someone so thoroughly their heart simply stopped? The case took an even more disturbing turn when surveillance footage from a neighboring house captured something the investigators had missed. A figure leaving Catherine's home in the dark, wearing what appeared to be a mask, moving with Catherine's distinctive gait, but somehow wrong, mechanical, as if someone were wearing her movements like an ill-fitting costume. The detective issued an alert for the missing mask, but it never resurfaced, not until 6 months later, when reports came of a peculiar mask appearing in a vintage shop across the country. By the time investigators arrived, it had already been sold. The buyer's name was not recorded. The case remains officially unsolved. The detective keeps Catherine's journal in her desk drawer, a reminder of a truth too strange for official reports. Sometimes at night, she wakes with a start, feeling watched. She checks her windows and doors, secures the locks, and tries not to think about the mask that might one day find its way to someone else who can see what it truly is, a vessel waiting to be filled. moving from victim to victim in an endless cycle that began centuries ago and continues still. The mask is out there waiting to be found again, and when it is, another person will wake to the soft sound of movement in the dark to find it has crept closer while they slept, empty eye holes fixed upon them, hungry for what lives behind their eyes. Story 16. The new homeowners thought it was just a quirk how the old intercom system crackled late at night, a relic from another time, rewired but long forgotten. Then one night the husband pressed the button out of curiosity. A whisper crackled through the speaker. "Why did you come back?" He jolted back, his hands shaking. His wife, standing behind him, whispered, "I never said that." The Victorian manor sat nestled among ancient oak trees, its weathered exterior belying the renovated modern interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had purchased the property at a surprisingly reasonable price, despite the real estate agent's nervous demeanor during the walkthrough. The intercom system, a vintage feature connecting all rooms, had been one of the selling points for the history-loving couple. Detective Sarah Reeves pulled up to the property, gravel crunching beneath the tires of her unmarked vehicle. The call had come in as a potential break-in, but something in the dispatcher's voice suggested there was more to the story. The tall figure of Daniel Parker greeted her at the door, his pallor evident even in the dim porch light. "It started with the intercom," he explained, leading Detective Reeves through the grand foyer. "Just static at first, then whispers, then full sentences. My wife thought I was imagining things until she heard it too." In the living room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique sofa, hands clutching a steaming mug that remained untouched. "We found something behind the wall," she said without preamble. Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and when he took down the drywall, her voice faltered. Behind the wall, wrapped in deteriorating plastic, they had discovered a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves donned gloves before carefully opening its brittle pages. The handwriting, elegant yet frantic, belonged to someone named Alina, the apparent previous owner. The entries detailed her growing suspicion that her husband Vincent was planning to harm her. The final entry was dated 30 years ago, Daniel explained. After that, nothing. The previous owners claimed they bought it from an elderly man who moved to a retirement community. The investigation uncovered that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed owned the house. Property records showed Vincent had sold the house shortly after Alina allegedly left him. No divorce was ever filed, no change of address, no financial transactions in Alina's name after the date of the final journal entry. Detective Reeves assembled a team to examine the property thoroughly. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the concrete foundation of the garden shed. As investigators broke through the decades-old concrete, the truth emerged in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton belonged to a woman in her 40s, with evidence of blunt force trauma to the skull. A gold wedding band found among the remains bore an inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood built rapidly. Now elderly and living in a care facility, his mind was sharp enough to understand the charges brought against him. When confronted with the evidence, his response chilled even the seasoned detective. "She wouldn't stop talking," Vincent said, his voice eerily calm. "Always chattering through that damned intercom, checking on me, questioning me. I disconnected it, but she rewired it herself. Said she wanted to always be able to reach me, no matter where I was in the house." He looked up, eyes vacant. "I just wanted quiet." During his confession, Vincent revealed how he had carefully constructed the narrative of Alina abandoning him, even sending postcards to neighbors from various locations, written in forged handwriting. He had lived in the house for years afterward, walking daily over the concrete where his wife lay buried. The trial was brief, with Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The sentencing judge noted the calculated nature of the crime and the decades of deception that followed. Daniel and Meredith eventually sold the house, unable to remain after learning its dark history. Before leaving, they held a memorial service for Alina in the garden, now restored after the investigation. The intercom system was removed during renovations by the next owners. Workers reported hearing static and whispers during the removal process, though they attributed it to interference from their power tools. Detective Reeves visited the Blackwood case file one last time before it was archived. As she closed the manila folder, she reflected on how the house itself had seemingly reached across time to reveal its secret. The justice system had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, but only because Alina had found a way to make herself heard. The case became known among local law enforcement as the house that answered back. Detective Reeves would sometimes drive past the property on her way home. She never stopped, but she would slow down, window rolled down slightly, listening for whispers carried on the breeze. Story 17. The envelope was old, its edges yellowed, but the stamp was fresh mailed just days ago. The detective opened it carefully. Inside was a single sheet of paper, its message typed in a hurried, uneven font. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper felt damp. The smell of iron clung to it. Only then did they notice the reddish smear along the bottom edge. It wasn't ink. Detective Sarah Morgan placed the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved fingers handling it with practiced precision. The forensics team had already confirmed what she suspected: the reddish stain was human blood, and it matched DNA collected from an unsolved homicide case that had haunted the department for years. The victim had been a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, found in her apartment with multiple stab wounds. Her laptop was missing, her notes scattered across the floor, suggesting the attack might have been connected to a story she was working on. The case had gone cold despite hundreds of interviews and countless hours of investigation. Now this letter had arrived at the police department, addressed simply to Homicide Division. The paper and envelope revealed few fingerprints, only smudges, suggesting the sender had worn gloves. The postmark offered their first real light in months. Morgan assembled her team in the briefing room. The walls were covered with crime scene photos, timelines, and suspect profiles that had led nowhere. She pinned the image of the letter at the center of the board. "This changes everything," she told the room. "Our killer feels remorse." Detective James Chen, who had been partnered with Morgan since the beginning of the case, studied the letter. "Or wants us to think they do," he countered. "The blood could be theatrical, a way to taunt us." The forensics team traced the typewriter's unique impression patterns to a model that hadn't been manufactured in decades. Rare, but not impossible to find. They began contacting antique shops and collectors throughout the region. As the investigation gained momentum, they revisited Rebecca's life. Her editor described her as tenacious, dedicated to exposing corruption. Her latest assignment had involved investigating a wealthy family with connections to local politics. The family patriarch had died recently, leaving behind a contentious will and siblings accusing each other of manipulation. The detectives interviewed Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes. During their first conversation months ago, he had appeared devastated, providing a solid alibi. Now, with the letter in evidence, they noticed subtle changes in his demeanor, nervous glances, a slight tremble in his hands. Rebecca mentioned someone was following her, he admitted during this new interview. I thought she was being paranoid because of her investigation. I should have listened. While the detectives pursued this angle, a second letter arrived. The same typewriter, the same blood. This time the message was longer. She knew too much about the family, about the inheritance, about what happened to the old man. I never meant for it to go that far. The investigation led to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where they interviewed the eldest son, Richard. His collection of antiques included several vintage typewriters. When asked about them, his explanation seemed rehearsed, too polished. The breakthrough came when the forensics team discovered microscopic fibers on the envelopes that matched custom stationery used exclusively by the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. Upon questioning, she revealed that Richard had asked to borrow her stationery a month earlier. A search warrant for Richard's home revealed a hidden room containing newspaper clippings about Rebecca, surveillance photos, and a vintage typewriter matching the one used for the letters. The blood analysis confirmed it belonged to Rebecca. What the detectives hadn't anticipated was the connection between Richard and Michael. Bank records showed substantial payments from Richard to Michael in the weeks before Rebecca's murder. When confronted, Michael broke down. She told me she found evidence that Richard had poisoned his father to speed up his inheritance, Michael confessed. I told Richard what she knew. It was just supposed to scare her into dropping the story. I never thought he would kill her. The final piece fell into place when Eleanor came forward with a recording. She had secretly captured a conversation between Richard and Michael discussing how to deal with Rebecca. Richard's voice was clear. She needs to be silenced permanently. Richard was arrested while attempting to flee. The prosecution built their case around the letters, the typewriter, the financial transactions, and Eleanor's recording. Michael took a plea deal in exchange for his testimony. During the trial, Richard maintained his innocence, claiming Michael had acted alone and was framing him. But the evidence was overwhelming. The jury deliberated for less than a day before returning a guilty verdict. As Richard was led away in handcuffs, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's parents in the courtroom. No words could bring back their daughter, but the conviction brought a measure of closure. The blood-stained letters remained in evidence storage, a reminder that even the most carefully planned crimes leave traces, and that remorse, whether genuine or tactical, can be the undoing of those who believe they've committed the perfect murder. The case of Rebecca Warren became a landmark example in detective training, teaching new investigators that sometimes the breakthrough doesn't come from high-tech forensics, but from something as simple as an old typewriter and the weight of guilt pressing down on a killer's conscience. Story 18. She wanted to repaint the nursery before the baby arrived. The walls were a faded blue, the kind that held years of stories beneath its layers. As she rolled on the first coat, the white paint revealed something beneath letters, barely visible at first, then sharper, clearer. A message scrawled beneath the surface. "Don't let it hear you." Her breath caught. She stepped back, and that's when she saw it, tiny handprints in the fresh paint, too high on the wall for any child to have made. The discovery in the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the beginning of what investigators would later call the Whispering House case. The young couple had purchased the Victorian-style home just months before for what seemed like an impossibly low price. The real estate agent had mentioned minor cosmetic issues, but nothing about the property's dark history. Detective Sarah Klein pressed the doorbell, notebook in hand. A woman answered, her pregnant belly prominent beneath her paint-splattered overalls. Dark circles rimmed her eyes. She hadn't slept in days. The detective noted the woman's trembling hands as she recounted finding the message and the handprints. The previous owners moved away suddenly, the woman explained. The neighbors said they left in the middle of the night. No moving truck, just packed essentials in their car. The detective walked through the historic home, footsteps creaking against aged floorboards. Standing in the nursery, she examined the partially painted wall. The message was still visible where the new paint had been hastily abandoned. Next to it, 5 small handprints pressed into the wet paint, positioned at adult shoulder height. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein pulled records on the property. The house had changed hands 8 times in 30 years, an unusually high turnover. Each family had stayed less than 2 years. More disturbing were the child welfare reports filed for 3 of those families. Children reporting whispers from the walls and someone watching them sleep. The detective dug deeper, requesting construction records and historical documents. The house had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow with no children of her own who had operated a small orphanage from the property during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings referenced 5 children who had disappeared from her care. Authorities at the time suspected they had run away, common for orphans of that period. When Eleanor died, workers renovating the house discovered a sealed room behind the nursery wall. Inside they found children's possessions, small shoes, toys, and clothing, but no remains. The case went cold, filed away in dusty archives. Detective Klein interviewed former residents, piecing together a disturbing pattern. Each family with children reported unusual occurrences, toys rearranged during the night, childish laughter echoing through empty hallways, and crayon drawings appearing on walls. Most dismissed these events as imagination until the writing appeared. The message varied slightly between accounts. Don't let them find you. Don't make a sound. Don't let it hear you. Always the same handwriting, always revealed when repainting the nursery. A forensic linguist analyzed photographs of the writing and determined it matched samples from Eleanor Blackwood's journals. More disturbing were the handprints, identical in size and placement across decades, despite different children living in the home. The investigation took a darker turn when the detective convinced the current owners to allow ground-penetrating radar in the basement. The technician pointed to anomalies in the readings, 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete floor, each approximately child-sized. Workers broke through the concrete, revealing a gruesome confirmation. 5 small sets of remains arranged in a circle. Forensic analysis indicated the children had died during Eleanor's ownership of the house. Each child still wore a small pendant with their name engraved, the 5 orphans who had supposedly run away. The detective ordered luminol sprayed throughout the nursery. In the darkness, handprints glowed on every wall beneath layers of paint, invisible to the naked eye. Hundreds of them at varying heights, as if the children had been trying to climb out. Eleanor's journals, recovered from county archives, revealed her twisted logic. She believed orphaned children possessed special spiritual energy. By sealing them in the hidden room, she thought she could harness their life force to extend her own years. The children had scratched their warnings into the wall with fingernails and bits of metal, hoping future residents would discover their fate. The case closed with the proper burial of the 5 victims. Their names were finally recorded not as runaways but as murder victims. The house stood empty afterward, the pregnant couple refusing to return even to collect their belongings. Detective Klein filed her final report, including photographs of the handprints illuminated by luminol and the message under the paint. She noted that while justice had been served for the original victims, something unexplainable remained in that house, something that continued to reach out through layers of paint and time. The nursery walls were demolished during remediation, but workers reported hearing children's voices whispering from within the debris. Each refused to return after their shift ended. The house was eventually condemned, another cold case file in a dusty cabinet, physical evidence of closure, but spiritual questions that would never be answered. The detective kept one photograph from the case, 5 luminol handprints glowing in the darkness, a haunting reminder that some crimes leave impressions that no amount of fresh paint can cover. Story 19. The town never mentioned the house at the edge of the woods. It stood alone, its windows blackened, its porch sagging under the weight of years. No one claimed to own it. No one could remember who built it. But when a group of hikers wandered too close, they saw something strange, names carved into the wooden siding, etched deep like warnings. At the bottom of the list, fresh and unweathered, was a name none of them recognized, until one of them whispered, voice trembling, "That's mine." The call came in during the night. Dispatch recorded it as a standard trespassing report. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the lead hiker who discovered his name carved into the abandoned house. The responding officers expected nothing more than teenage vandalism, perhaps a prank among friends. What they found instead defied explanation. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as darkness enveloped the forest. The beam of her flashlight cut through the shadows, illuminating the weathered facade of the structure. The names 27 in total ran vertically down the eastern wall. Some had faded with age, nearly invisible against the gray wood. Others remained sharp, as if carved recently. And at the bottom, Mason Wright, the cut still bearing traces of fresh sawdust. "I've never been here before," Mason insisted, his breath forming clouds in the cold air. "I don't understand how anyone would know my name." The investigation began with background checks on every name listed. The results chilled the detective team to their core. Each name belonged to someone reported missing over the past 4 decades. Some cases had gone cold, others remained active. All shared one disturbing detail: the individuals had disappeared while hiking alone. Forensic analysts photographed each carving, noting the varying depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, corresponded to a missing persons case from 37 years prior. The case notes described a young woman who ventured into these woods and never returned. Search parties found nothing but a single hiking boot beside a stream. Detective Keller interviewed Mason extensively. His story remained consistent. He had no connection to the area beyond this hiking trip with 4 college friends. They had chosen the trail randomly, based on an online recommendation. Nothing about his background linked him to any of the other names on the wall. The investigation shifted focus to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group photographer, provided pictures taken throughout their hike. In reviewing the images, analysts noticed something disturbing: a blurred figure appeared in the background of 3 separate photos. The shape resembled a tall, thin man, always partially obscured by trees. "We never saw anyone else on the trail," Emily insisted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller ordered a search of the house interior. The structure appeared abandoned. Dust covered every surface, furniture lay broken and scattered. Yet in the basement, officers discovered a disturbing scene. Personal items belonging to the missing hikers sat arranged in neat rows on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each labeled with a corresponding name from the wall outside. The evidence technicians worked methodically, documenting every item. Under ultraviolet light, blood patterns emerged on the concrete floor, years of stains that someone had attempted to clean. Ground-penetrating radar revealed no bodies buried beneath the house, yet cadaver dogs alerted repeatedly near the back of the property where the forest grew densest. As the investigation intensified, Detective Keller noticed unusual behavior from Mason Wright. He began reporting strange occurrences, whispers outside his apartment, footprints in fresh snow leading to his door but not away, figures watching from the street. The department assigned an officer to protect him, but Mason grew increasingly paranoid. The breakthrough came when researchers discovered land records buried in county archives. The house had belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors rarely saw him, describing brief encounters with an unnervingly tall, gaunt man who avoided conversation. Blackwood disappeared without trace 15 years ago, his disappearance never officially investigated. Detective Keller obtained a warrant to search deeper into the surrounding forest. The search team discovered a network of crude hunting blinds strategically positioned along popular hiking paths. Inside one, they found a journal containing meticulous observations, descriptions of hikers, their routes, equipment, and patterns. The handwriting matched samples from Victor Blackwood's few existing documents. The journal entries grew increasingly disturbing over time. Early pages detailed hunting techniques for animals. Later entries described humans as prey, their habits, vulnerabilities, and methods for their collection. The final pages contained detailed accounts of stalking each victim on the wall, including elaborate descriptions of how he selected his targets. The manhunt for Blackwood mobilized across multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scanned the forest. Tactical teams methodically searched every cave and ravine, yet no trace of the suspect emerged. Mason Wright stopped answering his phone. Officers dispatched to his apartment found the door unlocked, the rooms empty. On his bedroom wall, freshly carved, was a single line: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The search for Mason continued for weeks without success. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's house, forensic technicians made a horrifying discovery. Hidden behind a false wall in the basement, they found a small workshop containing woodworking tools, jars of wood preservatives, and a freshly carved piece of wood bearing a new name not yet mounted to the exterior wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the lead forensic technician who had processed the house during the initial investigation. The technician had called in sick that morning and couldn't be reached by phone. Authorities established a continuous surveillance perimeter around the house. Camera systems recorded every approach. Motion sensors monitored for intrusions. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors triggered an alert. Security footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, impossibly tall and thin, moving with unnatural grace. The figure approached the house directly, seemingly unconcerned about the surveillance. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras briefly lost connection. When the system recovered, the figure had vanished. The house remains under constant surveillance today. Mason Wright and the forensic technician were never found. The investigation continues, with new resources allocated as similar disappearances are reported in other forested regions. The names on the wall have become legendary among criminal investigators. Some officers refuse to speak them aloud, others avoid the case entirely, and local hikers now give the house a wide berth, afraid that speaking of it might somehow add their names to that terrible list, the names no one speaks. Story 20. The house had been vacant for years. The neighbors said no one had lived there since the young woman went missing. Yet when the new tenants moved in, they found the bedroom locked from the inside. After prying it open, the air was stale, heavy with dust, but something wasn't right. The bed was made, the mirror wiped clean. On the desk, a single candle had melted down to nothing, its wax pooling like frozen tears. And then they saw it, the notebook, open to a page with fresh ink. The last entry was dated the night she disappeared. Detective Morgan read through the notebook's pages while forensic technicians dusted the room for prints. The writing belonged to Elise Winters, age 26, reported missing by her parents almost 5 years prior. Her handwriting flowed across the pages in neat, precise strokes until the final entry, where the pen had pressed harder, leaving indentations on subsequent blank pages. I know he's watching me tonight, the final entry read. The same car has passed by 3 times. I've called for help, but no one believes me. If something happens, know that it wasn't random. The detective closed the book, slipping it into an evidence bag. The smell of dust and something else, a faint chemical odor, lingered in the room. The landlord stood in the doorway, arms crossed, face pale. I swear we checked every room before listing it for rent, he muttered. That door wasn't locked. Elise had been working as a paralegal for Harriman and Associates, a prestigious law firm handling several high-profile corporate cases. Colleagues described her as meticulous, dedicated, and increasingly withdrawn in the weeks before her disappearance. She started staying late, her supervisor told investigators during a recorded interview. Said she discovered something in the Westridge acquisition files that didn't add up, numbers that were changed, documents that were backdated. The detective studied photographs of Elise auburn hair, serious eyes behind rectangular glasses, always professionally dressed. The woman in the photos seemed too calculated to simply disappear, too organized to leave without a trace. The bedroom yielded few clues, no signs of struggle, no blood, just a perfectly preserved moment in time, as if Elise had stepped out for coffee and intended to return. The candle on the desk was black wax, unscented. Beneath it, heat had warped the wood surface. "What did you find?" Morgan asked the forensic lead. "Multiple fingerprint sets, most degraded with age. The interesting part is what's missing. The doorknob was wiped clean inside and out, same with the window latches." The investigators removed the baseboards, checked behind outlets, and searched for hidden compartments. When they pulled up a loose floorboard near the closet, they found it a small waterproof case containing a flash drive and a key. The key opened a safe deposit box at Northern Trust Bank. Inside was a second flash drive and several folders of documents. The papers detailed financial transactions between Westridge Pharmaceuticals and offshore accounts linked to several partners at Harriman and Associates. Digital forensics recovered the contents of both drives. They contained audio recordings and spreadsheets documenting manipulated drug trial data for Westridge's flagship medication, Neurapax. The recordings featured Elise's voice and that of a man identified as Vincent Harriman, senior partner. "These numbers can't go public," Harriman said in one recording. "The side effects were present in almost 40% of patients, not 4% as we reported. If this gets out, the firm is finished and Westridge stock becomes worthless overnight." "People are dying," Elise responded. "The seizures are happening exactly as the original data predicted." "This conversation never happened," Harriman replied. "Remember, what we discuss happens inside these walls stays here, for everyone's protection." Detective Morgan connected with pharmaceutical regulators, who confirmed that Neurapax had been quietly pulled from the market after a cluster of patient deaths matched the side effects documented in Elise's hidden files. Investigators subpoenaed Harriman's personal and corporate records. They found nothing directly linking him to Elise's disappearance until they discovered charges for an industrial cleaning service at his vacation property the day after she vanished. When police searched the property, they found microscopic blood traces matching Elise's DNA profile despite the thorough cleaning. The evidence was circumstantial but damning. The mystery of the locked room remained unsolved until Morgan reviewed security footage from neighboring properties. A figure matching Harriman's build approached the house during heavy rain on the night Elise disappeared. The footage showed him entering, but never leaving through any visible exit. The detective returned to the bedroom with a structural engineer. Together they discovered a hidden passage in the back of the bedroom closet, connecting to maintenance tunnels that ran beneath several blocks of older homes in the neighborhood. The passage had been sealed with new drywall and painted to match the original wall. Vincent Harriman was arrested during a board meeting. When confronted with the evidence, he maintained his innocence, claiming Elise had been planning to leave the country with the documents. "She was unstable, paranoid," he told investigators. "She manufactured evidence to damage the firm after we passed her over for promotion." The jury disagreed. Footage recovered from Elise's own hidden camera, tucked inside a bookend on her shelf, showed Harriman entering her room that night. The recording ended abruptly with him approaching her desk where she sat writing. Prosecutors theorized that after killing Elise, Harriman locked the door from inside using a simple trick with string and a hook, escaping through the hidden passage. He had returned years later, before the new tenants arrived, to ensure nothing remained to implicate him. In doing so, he inadvertently preserved the scene exactly as investigators needed to find it. Harriman was convicted of first-degree murder despite no body ever being recovered. The pharmaceutical executives implicated in the fraud faced separate charges. The families of patients who died from Neurapax side effects filed a class action lawsuit that exposed systemic corruption. At the sentencing hearing, Elise's mother addressed the court. "My daughter's room remained untouched, preserving the truth she gave her life to reveal. She never left that room, not really. Her pursuit of justice remained locked inside, waiting for someone to find it." The new tenants never moved in. The house stands empty once more, its secrets exposed but not forgotten. Locals avoid walking past it after dark. Some claimed to see a light in the upstairs window of the bedroom where a young woman made her final stand against powerful men who thought their crimes would stay hidden forever. Justice came for Elise Winters, not in life, but in the evidence she left behind. The room she never truly left became both her tomb and her testimony. Story 21. The package had no return label, no tracking number, just a cardboard box, slightly damp from the morning dew. It wasn't meant for her. Her address was right, but the name was wrong. She should have ignored it, should have left it on the porch, but curiosity won. She peeled back the tape, expecting books, clothes, something harmless. Instead, inside was a VHS tape, a single sticky note attached. Watch alone. Sarah Miller stared at the black plastic rectangle resting in her palms. The weight felt wrong, somehow heavier than it should be, as if bearing the gravity of something forbidden. Her fingers traced the worn edges of the tape, feeling the small imperfections in the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore the pressure marks of someone who pushed the pen too hard against paper, urgency in every stroke. The suburban neighborhood around her continued its mundane symphony, a dog barking in the distance, children playing somewhere beyond her fence, the mechanical hum of a lawnmower cutting through the morning air. Normal life carried on, unaware of what had just been delivered. Sarah brought the package inside, setting it on her kitchen counter while doubt crept into her mind. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, meant nothing to her. She had lived in the house for nearly 4 years and never received mail for anyone by that name. The previous owners had been the Johnsons, an elderly couple who moved to be closer to their grandchildren. Curiosity and unease battled within her as she glanced at her VCR, a relic she kept mostly for nostalgia. Something about the tape called to her a mystery wrapped in worn black plastic. Against her better judgment, Sarah slid the tape into the machine. Static filled the screen, at first white noise that gradually sharpened into focus. A dark room appeared, dimly lit by a single lamp. The camera angle was low, slightly askew, as if hastily placed. A man sat in a wooden chair, his face initially obscured by shadow. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man spoke, his voice quiet but steady. "If you're watching this, someone found you, which means they'll find me too." He leaned forward, revealing a face marked by sleepless nights and constant vigilance, deep-set eyes, several days of stubble, hair disheveled. "I didn't kill her, I need you to know that, but they found my fingerprints, my DNA, even though I never touched her." The camera shook slightly as Daniel adjusted it, revealing more of the sparse room, bare walls, minimal furniture, the temporary dwelling of someone prepared to leave at any moment. "They planted everything. The police report will say I knew her, that we argued, that witnesses heard us fighting. None of it's true. I never met Catherine Walsh until I saw her face on the news." His voice cracked slightly. "Dead, murdered in her home, and somehow my DNA was all over the crime scene." Detective Eliza Ramirez studied the identical VHS tape on her desk, the fifth one to surface. 5 tapes, 5 different recipients, all with the same desperate message from Daniel Whitaker, a man officially listed as the primary suspect in Catherine Walsh's murder. A man who had vanished without a trace the day her body was discovered. The Walsh case had been straightforward at first. Young professional woman found strangled in her bedroom. No forced entry, signs of a struggle. DNA evidence pointing clearly to Whitaker, whose fingerprints were already in the system from a minor offense years earlier. Neighbors reported seeing a man matching his description near her home several times in the weeks before. Cell phone records placed him in the vicinity on the night of the murder. "Open and shut," until the tapes started appearing. The tapes complicate things, Detective Ramirez spoke into her recorder as she updated her case notes. Whitaker is either executing an elaborate misdirection or exposing something much darker. She reviewed her evidence board photos of Catherine Walsh smiling at a company event, the crime scene photos too disturbing to dwell on, maps showing the locations where the packages had been delivered, and in the center, Daniel Whitaker's driver's license photo. His eyes seemed to follow her, pleading. The investigation took an unexpected turn when Ramirez discovered Catherine Walsh had been involved in a whistleblower case against her employer, Pharmacorp, a powerful pharmaceutical company with government contracts. Walsh had discovered irregularities in their clinical trial data evidence that they had covered up serious side effects in a new drug rushing to market. She was going to testify, a former colleague whispered to Ramirez during an interview, constantly glancing toward the door. Catherine had documents, proof that executives knew about the problems and buried them. The trial was next week. The detective began noticing strange inconsistencies. The DNA evidence was almost too perfect, found in locations that made little logical sense for the crime. The witness testimonies about Whitaker seemed rehearsed, with identical phrasing across different statements. And most disturbing, security footage from nearby buildings mysteriously corrupted for the exact window of time surrounding the murder. Sarah Miller received a second package 3 days after the tape. This one contained documents, clinical trial reports, internal memos, email printouts, all from Pharmacorp, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital signature, all proving she had been right. The investigation shifted. Detective Ramirez connected with recipients of the other tapes, piecing together Whitaker's breadcrumb trail. He had worked IT security for a contractor that serviced Pharmacorp systems. He had never met Catherine, but he had seen her name flagged in an unusual security protocol he wasn't meant to access. They were monitoring her, Whitaker explained in a second tape that surfaced. I saw the surveillance orders in the system. They knew she was gathering evidence, and then I found myself locked out of the network. The next day she was dead, and somehow I became the killer. The case broke when Sarah Miller noticed something on her copy of the tape that others had missed. A reflection in a window behind Whitaker showed a row of storage units. Working with Detective Ramirez, they identified the location. Inside Unit 217, they found everything. Daniel Whitaker's journal documenting the conspiracy, the original files Catherine had collected, and most damning, detailed plans for framing Whitaker, written in the handwriting of Pharmacorp's head of security, a former police detective with access to evidence collection protocols. Justice arrived not in a dramatic arrest, but through the steady accumulation of evidence that could not be denied. 3 executives were indicted. The head of security confessed, accepting a deal to testify against his employers. The drug was pulled from market consideration. Daniel Whitaker emerged from hiding, gaunt and changed by his time as a fugitive. The charges against him were dropped, but the experience had marked him permanently. Sarah Miller met him once when he came to retrieve his tape. They spoke briefly on her porch, the same spot where his package had first arrived. "Why me?" she asked. "Why send it to my address?" He looked at her with tired eyes. "The algorithm chose you. I needed people with no connection to me or Catherine, people they wouldn't be watching. People who might still trust their own judgment when the news said I was guilty." The former suspect and the accidental witness stood in silence, contemplating how thin the line between justice and manufactured truth could be. Sarah finally spoke. The wrong address turned out to be exactly the right one. The VHS tapes were logged into evidence, physical reminders that sometimes the truth arrives in unexpected packages, bearing unfamiliar names, waiting for someone curious enough to look inside. Story 22. It was a pocket dial, just static and muffled sounds. The operator almost ignored it until a voice cut through. A woman whispering frantically, "He's here." He then silence. The number led to an empty house, abandoned for years. No signs of forced entry, no disturbances. But in the dust-covered kitchen, the phone sat on the counter, screen glowing. The call had been made just minutes ago. Detective Morgan Reed pressed the playback button for the 5th time. The whisper haunted her, desperate, terrified, and impossible. The abandoned property had belonged to the Sullivan family before they relocated following a house fire that consumed most of the West Wing. Nobody had lived there since. The caretaker visited monthly and swore nobody had entered in years. Background check on the number, Morgan asked her partner, Detective Walsh. Registered to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter. She died 3 years ago in a car accident. Morgan stared at the evidence bag containing the phone. The case made no sense. A dead woman's phone making calls from an abandoned house. The dust on the counter had been disturbed only where the phone sat, as if it had materialized there. The forensic team found nothing useful. No fingerprints on the device except partial smudges that couldn't be identified. No footprints leading to or from the house. The doors remained locked, windows sealed. The recording became the centerpiece of their investigation, those 11 seconds of static, breathing, and 5 desperate words. Voice analysis confirmed it matched Catherine Sullivan's voice from old videos with 98% certainty. The timestamp showed the call occurred at the exact time Catherine had died 3 years prior, down to the minute. Morgan and Walsh interviewed everyone who knew Catherine. Her father, now remarried, seemed genuinely baffled. Her mother, living alone in a small apartment, broke down upon hearing the recording. "That's my Katie," she whispered. "She sounds so scared." Catherine's boyfriend at the time of her death, Mark Jennings, had an alibi for the night of the call. He was working a night shift at the hospital, verified by multiple witnesses and security footage. Besides, the house had been empty. The call couldn't have happened, yet it did. The investigation stalled until Morgan received a call from Catherine's mother. "I found something in her old things," she said, voice trembling. "Katie kept a journal, the last entry. You need to see this." The journal contained meticulous entries about Catherine's relationship with Mark. The loving beginning, followed by controlling behavior, isolation, and eventually fear. The final entry read, "He found out I'm leaving. He's furious. If anything happens to me, it wasn't an accident." Morgan confronted Mark again. His confident demeanor cracked under questioning about the journal. "You think I hurt Katie because of what she wrote? That's not evidence." "The accident report stated you were first on the scene," Morgan noted, "before emergency services. I was worried when she didn't arrive. I went looking for her. Her car went off a remote road. How did you know where to look?" His face paled. "I told you I was worried." Investigators revisited the accident scene. The car had been removed years ago, but Morgan ordered ground-penetrating radar of the area. they discovered something buried 20 feet from the crash site, Catherine's actual phone. The device they'd found in the house was her backup, kept at her parents' home. Forensic analysis of the buried phone revealed deleted texts between Catherine and her sister the night she died. "Mark found out I'm leaving him. He's following me in his car. And later, he's forcing me off the road." The medical examiner re-examined photographs from Catherine's autopsy. The injuries weren't consistent with the crash alone. There were defensive wounds on her hands, bruising patterns suggesting strangulation. When police arrived to arrest Mark, they found him gone. His apartment contained a shrine to Catherine photographs, belongings he'd stolen from her family, and newspaper clippings about her death. Among his possessions, they discovered an audio manipulation software and scripts showing how he'd created the ghost call by splicing Catherine's voice from old recordings. The call had been his twisted way of revisiting his crime, a game to confuse investigators and Catherine's still grieving family. The investigation expanded to other cases where Mark had worked as an emergency responder. 2 more suspicious deaths of young women emerged, both ruled accidents. Both had been in relationships with Mark. 6 days into the manhunt, officers spotted Mark's vehicle parked outside the Sullivan house. Inside, they found him sitting in the kitchen, staring at a phone identical to Catherine's. He offered no resistance during arrest. "She wouldn't stay quiet," he told Morgan during interrogation. "Even after I silenced her, she kept talking, kept accusing me. I needed everyone to hear her, to think she was still somewhere out there. A ghost can't testify against me." The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours before finding Mark guilty of first-degree murder. As the verdict was read, Catherine's mother clutched the journal to her chest. Justice had finally arrived, not through supernatural means, but through the voice Catherine had left behind in her words, her fears documented in ink, her final desperate attempts to reach safety. The phone from the abandoned house now sits in the evidence locker. Sometimes officers swear they hear it ring, though its battery was removed long ago. Catherine's story lives on, not as a ghost tale, but as a reminder that victims find ways to speak, even when their voices have been silenced. Story 23. The apartment had been empty for months. The new tenants weren't expecting much when they moved in, just dust, maybe some forgotten furniture. But one door wouldn't budge. It was a closet locked from the inside. When the landlord finally forced it open, they expected old coats or junk. Instead, they found something chilling. The walls were covered in scratches, deep, uneven lines carved desperately into the wood. And in the corner, an old flip phone, its battery long dead, except for the single unread message still glowing on the screen. Detective Morgan Shaw had seen many disturbing scenes throughout her career. This one, however, made the hairs on her neck stand up, not because of any blood or obvious signs of violence, but because of what those scratch marks implied. Someone had been trapped inside that small space, fighting, desperate. "We need forensics here now," she said to her partner, Officer Reed, who was already photographing the scratches, "and get me the previous tenant records." The message on the phone simply read, "I know what you did." The landlord, a nervous man with perpetually damp palms, claimed the previous tenant had moved out without notice, leaving behind rent. A young woman, quiet type, kept to herself, left maybe 6 months ago. His eyes darted around, avoiding the closet, never caused trouble. Forensics revealed multiple blood samples embedded in the wall scratches. Most matched a single person, presumably the previous tenant. Emma Caldwell, aged 28, reported missing by her workplace when she stopped showing up, but 2 other DNA samples were found. One remained unidentified in the system. The other belonged to someone who had supposedly been dead for 2 years. "This can't be right," Shaw muttered, staring at the lab report. Derek Mercer, convicted of assault 5 years ago, had reportedly died in a car accident. His dental records had confirmed the identification, yet his DNA was fresh on the closet walls. Emma's apartment told a story of interrupted life. Mail piled up, unwashed coffee mug in the sink, bed neatly made. Her phone records showed a pattern. Calls with her sister twice weekly until they suddenly stopped, and dozens of calls from an unknown number in the weeks before her disappearance. The sister says Emma mentioned a new boyfriend, Officer Reed reported. Never gave a name, just said he was intense and private. Surveillance footage from a convenience store near the apartment complex showed Emma entering her building one night, followed minutes later by a man in a baseball cap, face carefully angled away from cameras. The break came when forensics found partial fingerprints on the inside doorknob of the closet prints belonging to Derek Mercer. He faked his death, Shaw concluded. Question is why and what's his connection to Emma? The unidentified DNA sample led them to another missing persons case. Lynette Porter, who disappeared 3 years prior. Her case had gone cold, but her description matched a woman neighbors had seen visiting Emma's apartment several times. Shaw pieced it together while reviewing traffic camera footage. A car registered to Derek Mercer's mother was spotted near Emma's apartment building multiple times. The driver matched Derek's height and build. The investigation led to a remote property owned by Mercer's family. Behind heavy basement doors, they found Lynette Porter alive but severely malnourished, kept in conditions mirroring the closet where Emma had been trapped. "He made me watch," she whispered, eyes vacant. "Said I needed to learn what happens to girls who try to leave." Evidence mounted, journals detailing Mercer's obsession with control, photographs of women who matched Emma and Lynette's appearance, and most damning video recordings of Mercer forcing Emma into the closet. "She thought she could tell people about me," his voice said on the recording. "About us, nobody reveals my secrets." The manhunt for Derek Mercer stretched across jurisdictions. While authorities searched, forensic psychologists constructed a profile that chilled investigators. Mercer didn't just want to kill, he wanted to create suffering, to watch hope drain away in confined spaces. When they finally captured him at a bus terminal, Mercer was carrying a new identity and ticket to a coastal destination. In his backpack, a roll of duct tape, a hunting knife, and a newspaper clipping about Emma's disappearance. During interrogation, Mercer maintained a calm, almost pleasant demeanor. "She sent that text message herself," he said about the phone. "She wanted someone to find her, but she didn't deserve rescue." The trial revealed the elaborate scheme Mercer had created to fake his death, using dental records from a homeless man who matched his physical description. For 2 years, he had lived under the radar, targeting women who resembled his first victim. Emma's body was never found. Forensic evidence suggested she had eventually died in that closet, scratching desperately at walls that would never yield. The message on the phone had been her last attempt to implicate her killer. She had texted it to herself from Mercer's phone while he slept, knowing her battery would preserve it when the phone eventually shut down. The jury deliberated for just 4 hours before returning a guilty verdict on all counts. As the judge delivered a life sentence without possibility of parole, Mercer smiled slightly, as if the outcome satisfied some private logic only he understood. At the sentencing, Lynette Porter addressed the court. He locked us in small spaces because that's where his mind lives, trapped in darkness. But while he rots in his cell, I'll be standing in the sun. The case transformed department protocol for missing persons investigations, particularly focusing on relationship patterns and rental property searches. Detective Shaw kept the closet door from Emma's apartment mounted on her office wall, a reminder that sometimes the most terrifying crime scenes aren't covered in blood, but in the desperate marks of someone fighting to survive. Story 24. The old library was set to be demolished. The workers were nearly done when one of them stumbled upon a hidden latch in the bookshelf. With a soft click, the entire case swung open, revealing a narrow passage leading to a hidden room. The air inside was thick, untouched for decades. There was no furniture, just a chair in the center, bolted to the floor. And on the wall, scratched over and over, the same phrase repeated, "I am still here." The construction foreman radioed for the police. What began as a routine demolition quickly transformed into something far more sinister. The responding detective, Morgan Walsh, had seen his share of unusual crime scenes during his 20 years on the force, but nothing quite like this. He stood in the doorway, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the disturbing message that covered the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh instructed the officers, his voice echoing in the confined space. "No one touches anything until forensics arrives." The history of the building painted an intriguing background. The library had been privately owned by the Harrington family, prominent figures in the community who had donated the building to the public after the unexplained disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. She had vanished during her final year of college, leaving behind no trace except her abandoned car found near the woods. The case had gone cold despite extensive searches and interviews. The prevailing theory suggested she had run away to start a new life, though her family never accepted this explanation. They had insisted something more sinister had occurred. As forensic technicians carefully examined the hidden room, they discovered hair and fiber samples embedded in the chair. The scratches on the wall contained minute traces of blood and skin cells under the layers of dust. Initial testing indicated the biological material was consistent with a young female. The chair was designed to restrain someone, the forensic analyst noted, pointing to the bolt holes and weathered leather straps still attached to the arms. Whoever was kept here struggled intensely. Walsh assembled a team to dive into the Harrington family history. Something about the timing of the library donation nagged at him. It had been gifted to the community merely weeks after Rebecca's disappearance, a peculiar coincidence that now seemed potentially significant. Further investigation revealed another disturbing detail. The bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor who had worked exclusively for Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family patriarch. Financial records showed substantial payments to this contractor, far exceeding standard renovation costs. Former library staff were interviewed, each expressing shock at the discovery. None had known about the hidden space, though one elderly librarian recalled Maxwell spending countless hours alone in that section of the building after hours. She had assumed he was merely an avid reader seeking privacy. Maxwell always insisted that particular section remain untouched during renovations, she told investigators. He claimed the original woodwork was historically significant and irreplaceable. The investigation intensified when forensic results confirmed the DNA from the hidden room matched samples from Rebecca's hairbrush recovered from her old bedroom. The timeline became clearer and more disturbing. Rebecca had not run away. She had been imprisoned behind the bookshelf, potentially by someone within her own family. Detectives obtained a warrant to search the Harrington estate. In Maxwell's study, they discovered a leather-bound journal hidden in a false bottom drawer. The journal contained detailed entries spanning several months, describing an unhealthy obsession with his niece. The final entry was the most chilling. She threatened to tell everyone, "I cannot allow that. The room will hold her until she understands." Investigators tracked down Maxwell, now living in a coastal retirement community. During questioning, he maintained his composure initially, dismissing the hidden room as an architectural curiosity he knew nothing about. But when presented with the journal and DNA evidence, his fa-ide crumbled. She was going to ruin everything, he finally admitted, his voice flat and emotionless. Rebecca discovered financial documents proving I had been embezzling from the family foundation for years. The family name meant everything. I couldn't let her destroy it. The confession painted a horrific picture. Maxwell had lured Rebecca to the library, subdued her, and imprisoned her in the hidden room. He had planned to keep her there until she agreed to silence, but something went wrong. During one of his visits, Rebecca had attempted to escape. In the struggle that followed, he had killed her. "I panicked," Maxwell stated during his recorded confession. "I buried her beneath the floorboards of the room and sealed it shut. Then I donated the building to ensure no one would ever renovate that section." Ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of human remains beneath the floor of the hidden room. Excavation revealed Rebecca's skeletal remains, still wearing the silver bracelet her parents had given her for her 20th birthday. The Harrington family attended Maxwell's sentencing, watching in somber silence as justice was finally delivered. Rebecca's mother clutched her daughter's recovered bracelet, the only piece of her they could bury properly after all these years. The library demolition was halted indefinitely as it became a site for mourning and reflection. Community members left flowers at the entrance, honoring a life cut short and a truth that had waited patiently behind a bookshelf to be discovered. In a sad twist of irony, it was Rebecca who had the final word. Her message, "I am still here," scratched desperately on the walls, had indeed ensured she would never be forgotten, and that justice, however delayed, would eventually find its way to the light. Story 25. She stepped in through the front door, dust swirling in the stale air. The house had been abandoned for years, its walls peeling, its furniture draped in sheets. Exploring felt like stepping into a frozen moment in time except for one thing. The doors, every one of them led back to the same room. No matter where she walked, no matter which handle she turned, she always ended up back in the parlor. The only way out was the way she came in. But when she turned back, the front door was gone. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's body transformed the abandoned Victorian from local curiosity to crime scene. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, watching forensic technicians move through the dim interior like ghosts. The house had acquired a certain notoriety among locals, the house where compasses spun wildly, where people reported feeling watched. Now it held secrets far darker than urban legends. Initial examination suggests she's been dead approximately 3 days, the medical examiner said, his voice barely above a whisper. Cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been found seated in an antique chair in the parlor, positioned to face the main entrance as if waiting for someone. Her expression peaceful, hands folded neatly in her lap, no signs of struggle, no defensive wounds. The scene possessed an eerie stillness that experienced investigators found unsettling. "Who reported finding the body?" Lind asked, scanning her notes. "Real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner responded. "They entered, saw her sitting there, thought she was trespassing until they got closer." The house had remained unoccupied since the death of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years earlier. Family disputes had left the property in legal limbo, unwanted, unsold, and largely forgotten except by vandals and thrill seekers. Morgan Pierce was 26, a graduate student researching architectural anomalies for her thesis. Friends described her as methodical, ambitious, and fascinated by spaces that defied conventional design. The abandoned Victorian, with its reputation for disorienting visitors, would have been irresistible to her. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Said Morgan mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. The investigation revealed Morgan had visited the house multiple times in the weeks before her death. Her journal entries described strange acoustic properties, unexpected cold spots, and doors that seemed to lead to different rooms each time she opened them. In her final entry, she wrote of bringing specialized equipment to document what she called spatial inconsistencies. That equipment was nowhere to be found. The autopsy revealed an unexpected detail: trace amounts of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant used in certain shamanic rituals. The substance was known to cause disorientation and vivid hallucinations, but not in quantities sufficient to be lethal. She wasn't a recreational drug user, her boyfriend insisted during questioning. Morgan was rigorous about her research methods. She wouldn't have compromised her perception deliberately. Digital forensics recovered fragments of deleted messages on Morgan's phone, conversations with someone who shared her fascination with the house, someone who claimed to understand its secrets. The messages grew increasingly intimate and cryptic. "The house remembers what happened there," one message read. "It wants someone to know." The investigation led detectives to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had corresponded with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had drawn her attention, and their professional relationship had evolved into something more personal. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely devastated by her death. "The house has a reputation," he explained. "The original architect incorporated optical illusions and false perspectives. He designed it to confuse and disorient. Morgan believed there was something more to it, something beyond tricks of design." But Reeves had an alibi for the estimated time of death. Security footage showed him giving a lecture at a university symposium several hours away. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source: Eleanor Blackwood's grandson, now living abroad. When contacted by investigators, he revealed a family secret kept buried for generations. "My grandmother wasn't the only Blackwood to die in that house," he said. there were others, always found in the parlor, always looking peaceful. The family called it the claiming. He provided investigators with journals dating back decades, documenting deaths initially ruled as heart failure or stroke. The pattern was unmistakable. Individuals who spent significant time in the house eventually succumbed to what the family euphemistically called the influence. A secondary search of the property revealed a hidden compartment behind the parlor fireplace. Inside, investigators found Morgan's missing equipment and something else. A small chamber containing artifacts from numerous indigenous cultures, arranged in a precise geometric pattern. At the center sat a carved figurine, its features worn smooth by handling across generations. Analysis identified the carving as representing a deity associated with liminal spaces, thresholds between worlds. Residue on the artifacts matched the alkaloid found in Morgan's system. The case took another turn when forensic analysis of dust patterns in the house indicated someone else had been present when Morgan died. Partial fingerprints not matching Morgan's or any known visitors were recovered from doorknobs throughout the house. 3 weeks into the investigation, Adam Reeves was found dead in his apartment. Like Morgan, he was seated facing the entrance, expression peaceful, with the same alkaloid in his system. Clutched in his hand was a key that matched no lock in his apartment, but fit perfectly into the hidden compartment in the Victorian. In his final email sent to himself as if preserving a record, Reeves wrote, "The house doesn't trap you physically, it traps your perception. Morgan was right, the doors led where they've always led, but something makes you think you're going in circles. Once you realize the truth, you can leave any time, but by then you don't want to." The case officially remains open, classified as suspicious deaths under investigation. The Victorian has since been condemned, access restricted by authorities, yet rumors persist of lights seen inside during certain nights and of visitors who enter but are never seen leaving. Some locals insist the house claims those who understand its secrets too well. Others believe Morgan and Reeves discovered something powerful and ancient, something that exists in the spaces between conventional reality. The truth remains as elusive as an exit in a house where all doors lead back to the beginning. Story 26. It arrived in the mail, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. A single brass key worn with time. The homeowner didn't recognize it, but something about it felt familiar. When she slid it into every lock she owned, nothing turned. It wasn't hers. But when she placed it on the coffee table, the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime despite having been broken for years. Sarah Miller reported the strange occurrence to authorities after finding the mysterious key. What seemed like an odd mishap soon unraveled into one of the most disturbing criminal investigations the quiet suburban neighborhood had ever witnessed. The responding officer initially dismissed her concerns. A key in the mail, perhaps a mistake, he suggested. But Sarah insisted something felt wrong. The officer reluctantly took the key as evidence, mostly to appease her, placing it in a small evidence bag that would later become central to a sprawling investigation. Detective Robert Harmon received the case file during the morning briefing. A veteran investigator with the Special Victims Unit, he had developed an intuition for cases that would evolve beyond their seemingly innocuous beginnings. The brass key sat on his desk, unremarkable yet somehow unsettling. Background checks revealed Sarah had no criminal history. a retired high school English teacher, widowed, with two adult children living across the country. Nothing suspicious in her financial records, phone logs, or social media. She appeared to be exactly what she claimed, an innocent recipient of something strange. The forensic team found no fingerprints on the key besides Sarah's. The envelope yielded nothing except a generic postmark from the regional distribution center. No DNA, no trace evidence. The key itself was a standard Schlage, available at any hardware store, though well-worn and at least several years old. The breakthrough came unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique bidding pattern through the department database. A cold case from 7 years prior had documented an identical key pattern belonging to a storage unit where investigators had found blood-stained carpet, cutting tools, and photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had stalled without sufficient evidence to identify a suspect. Harmon pulled the dusty case files. The detective who had worked the case had since retired. The storage unit had been rented under a false identity, paid in cash. Surveillance footage had long been overwritten. The evidence collected had yielded partial DNA samples, but no matches in any criminal database. The photographs recovered from the storage unit showed 5 different women, all appearing unconscious. Only 3 had been identified during the original investigation, all reported missing but never found. Their cases remained open, classified as suspected homicides without bodies. Sarah Miller recognized none of the women when shown the photographs. She grew increasingly anxious as the investigation proceeded, installing new locks and a security system in her home. The question lingered, why had someone sent her this key? Harmon ordered a fresh analysis of the original evidence using newer techniques. The partial DNA sample was expanded and run through genealogical databases. This yielded a distant familial match, a second cousin twice removed from the suspect. Working backward through family trees, investigators narrowed their focus to Harold Jenkins, who had lived 2 streets away from Sarah Miller until moving away approximately 6 years ago. His current whereabouts were unknown. Further investigation revealed Jenkins had been a substitute teacher at the same school where Sarah taught, though they had minimal documented interaction. His employment records showed scattered work history, long unexplained gaps, and frequent relocations. His former residence yielded nothing unusual upon inspection. Neighbors described him as quiet, unremarkable, someone who kept to himself, the common refrain that often follows revelations about predators hiding in plain sight. The big question remained unanswered: why send the key now? Why to Sarah Miller? Harmon theorized it might be a trophy, a warning, or perhaps a macabre invitation. The search for Jenkins intensified. His driver's license hadn't been renewed, no credit card activity, no tax returns. The digital breadcrumbs people typically leave behind were conspicuously absent, suggesting an intentional effort to remain untraceable. The true horror of the case emerged when authorities investigated a small cabin registered to Jenkins' deceased mother. Beneath the weathered wooden floorboards, investigators discovered a concealed room accessible only through a trapdoor. Inside, meticulously organized shelves held dozens of identical brass keys, each with a name and date engraved on a small attached tag. 5 keys corresponded to the women from the photographs. The remaining keys, 27 in total, presented a horrifying implication of additional victims previously unknown to authorities. Buried behind the cabin, forensic teams recovered human remains. The excavation continued for weeks as investigators unearthed multiple bodies in varying states of decomposition. Sarah received round-the-clock protection as the manhunt for Jenkins expanded nationwide. Behavioral analysts suggested the key represented a twisted invitation, Jenkins selecting Sarah as someone to appreciate his work. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a name that spread rapidly across national headlines. Fear permeated the community as residents questioned how such horror had existed among them undetected. Detection dogs tracked a scent from the cabin into the surrounding wilderness. Search teams combed dense forest areas. Thermal imaging drones scanned terrain too dangerous for ground teams. The manhunt became one of the largest in regional history. A wildlife photographer hiking in remote woods captured an image of someone matching Jenkins' description. The grainy photograph showed a bearded man with hollow eyes carrying a backpack, heading deeper into the wilderness. Authorities closed in on the area, establishing a perimeter. Tactical teams navigated difficult terrain while psychological profilers predicted Jenkins would not surrender. They anticipated he might have prepared for this contingency with hidden supplies and escape routes. The final confrontation occurred when a patrol officer encountered Jenkins attempting to cross a river. Rather than surrender, Jenkins retreated to higher ground, where he barricaded himself in an abandoned fire observation tower. Negotiators attempted communication for hours without response. When tactical teams finally breached the tower, they found Jenkins dead from a self-inflicted wound. Beside his body lay a journal containing detailed accounts of his crimes, alongside a single brass key identical to the one Sarah had received. Inside a waterproof container, investigators discovered additional evidence, including photographs, maps marking burial locations, and personal effects taken from victims, a methodically preserved record of atrocities spanning nearly a decade. The journal's final entry addressed Sarah directly. "You never noticed me, but I noticed everything about you. The key opens nothing because what I wanted to give you cannot be unlocked with metal, only with recognition. Now everyone will remember my name." The subsequent investigation identified 32 victims in total. Families who had spent years wondering about missing loved ones finally received answers, though the closure came with the unbearable weight of confirmed tragedy. Sarah never returned to her home, unable to reconcile the horror that had brushed so close to her ordinary life. The grandfather clock that had mysteriously chimed was examined and found to contain a small wireless receiver Jenkins had been watching, waiting for the moment she received his gift. The case remains one of the most disturbing examples of predatory behavior hiding beneath a veneer of normalcy. Psychological researchers continue studying Jenkins' writings, seeking insights to identify similar offenders before they act. And somewhere in an evidence locker, a collection of brass keys sits in silent testimony to lives cut short, each key opening nothing, yet unlocking a devastating truth about the darkness that sometimes hides behind unremarkable facades. Story 27. The current was slow that morning, the water glassy and still. The fisherman almost didn't notice the suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first, he thought someone had dumped old clothes, but as he waded closer, the stench hit him thick, cloying, unmistakable. The The case was wrapped in chains, its edges rusted from exposure. When authorities pried it open, they didn't find clothes. They found hair, fingers curled into a frozen grasp, and at the bottom, a note, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer pressed her handkerchief to her nose as she surveyed the grim scene. The victim was female, mid-30s, with dark hair and pale skin now mottled from water exposure. The medical examiner worked methodically, documenting every detail before the body was removed. What struck Mercer most wasn't the method of disposal, but the care taken with the victim's appearance: nails manicured, hair recently styled, wearing expensive clothing. She wasn't killed here, Mercer noted, watching the water lap against the muddy shoreline. She was prepared, displayed. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a real estate agent known for selling high-end properties. Divorced, no children, she lived alone in an upscale neighborhood. Her colleagues described her as ambitious, meticulous, and private. She had been reported missing by her assistant when she failed to appear at an important showing with wealthy clients. She would never miss that appointment, the assistant insisted during questioning. That sale would have been her biggest commission ever. Investigators combed through Walsh's modernist home. Everything was pristine, almost too perfect. Designer furniture arranged just so, not a speck of dust on any surface. The refrigerator contained perfectly organized meals in identical containers, labeled by day. Her closet revealed clothing arranged by color, shoes in protective bags. The anomaly was in her home office, a drawer slightly ajar. Inside, investigators found a leather-bound journal. The last entry read, "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." Digital forensics revealed something curious in Walsh's email: dozens of messages from unknown accounts. All contained the same phrase, "I see your perfection," all sent at exactly the same time on different days. Her browser history showed repeated searches for home security systems and personal protection devices. Detective Mercer connected these findings with evidence from the crime scene: the careful arrangement of the body, the presentation. "Our killer is methodical," she told her partner. "This wasn't rage, this was ritual." The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A local pawnshop owner recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace, missing from her personal effects. The man who'd pawned it was a regular Michael Linden, a quiet, unremarkable maintenance worker. Surveillance footage showed Linden entering Walsh's building multiple times over several months, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times without. Always during times when she would be away showing properties. When detectives searched Linden's modest apartment, they found the walls covered with photos of Walsh and other women, all similar in appearance, all taken without their knowledge. Some were crossed out with red marker. Walsh was the third. Behind a false wall in his closet, investigators discovered a shrine. Items belonging to each victim laid out with precision: a brush with strands of hair, lipstick-stained tissues, receipts, keys. Each collection contained a small notebook detailing daily routines, preferences, habits. The interrogation room felt cold when Linden was brought in. With his neat appearance and soft-spoken manner, he seemed incapable of violence. Yet when confronted with evidence, his demeanor never changed. "They were imperfect," he finally said, voice flat. "They presented themselves as flawless, but I saw through it. Catherine's left desk drawer was always disorganized. She missed a spot when she applied her lipstick. Her perfection was a lie." The search for the first two victims mentioned in his note led investigators to remote areas where two more suitcases were recovered. Both contained women with similar appearances to Walsh, both real estate agents who marketed themselves as having perfectionist attention to detail. During his trial, Lyndon sat motionless, his expression blank as prosecutors detailed his methods. He had stalked each woman for months, learning their routines, entering their homes, studying their lives. When he finally took them, he corrected what he perceived as their flaws, washing and styling their hair, applying makeup with precision, dressing them in their finest clothes before ending their lives. The families of the victims watched in silence as the judge delivered a life sentence without possibility of parole. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially closed, but questions lingered. What triggered Lyndon's obsession with these particular women? What perceived imperfection in himself was he trying to erase through these acts? The river continued its slow journey downstream, waters eventually clearing of all evidence. But in the precinct on Mercer's desk sat copies of those chilling notebooks, reminders that behind closed doors, in seemingly ordinary lives, darkness sometimes lurks beneath the surface. And sometimes the most dangerous predators are those hiding in plain sight, watching, waiting for a single flaw to reveal itself.